Witam Państwa bardzo serdecznie. Nazywam się Paweł i będę miał przyjemność poprowadzić dla Państwa dzisiejsze wydarzenie. Konferencja upowszechniająca wypracowane rozwiązania dotyczące innowacyjnego modelu współpracy w zakresie planowania przestrzennego. Nasze spotkanie to nic innego jak realizacja zapisów projektu pod nazwą Zintegrowany i upowszechniony model planowania przestrzennego poprzez uspołeczniony model planowania przestrzennego przez opracowanie Strategii Przestrzennej Rzeszowskiego Obszaru Funkcjonalnego. Projekt oczywiście jest realizowany z programu operacyjnego Wiedza, Edukacja, Rozwój. I teraz wprawdzie jestem przywiązany do tej mównicy, ale teoretycznie zaczynamy poruszać się w kierunku zintegrowanego i uspołecznionego planowania przestrzennego. Co to znaczy? Dowiedzieli się Państwo podczas tej konferencji. A na mównicę zapraszam już i proszę o otwarcie naszej konferencji pana Piotra Pilcha, wicemarszałka województwa podkarpackiego. Panie marszałku, pan wprawdzie nie mieszka na terenie Rofu, ale namierza teren wzdłuż i no i jak jest?
It should be a little bit better, I think. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Warm welcome to all of you. On behalf of the Marshal of the Podkarpackiego region,
jesteśmy współorganizatorem dzisiejszej konferencji, bardzo ważnej konferencji, bo mówiącej o tym, co dotyczy nas wszystkich, ale zanim o tym powiem, to serdecznie chciałem przywitać Państwa przybyłych na dzisiejszą konferencję. Mam rozpisane, kogo mam przywitać szczególnie. Pana Michała Gila. Czy jest pan Michał? Pan jest dyrektorem Departamentu Planowania Przestrzennego w Ministerstwie Rozwoju i Technologii. Witamy pana. Pana Bartosza Siemiątkowskiego. Jest pan Bartosz, naczelnik Wydziału Innowacji Społecznych w Ministerstwie Funduszy i Polityki Regionalnej. Witam serdecznie przedstawicieli Banku Światowego, pana Marcela Joneska-Heroju. Czy jest? Może będzie online. Pana Grzegorza Wolszczaka. Jest pan Grzegorz jest specjalistą do spraw rozwoju Miejskiego Banku Światowego. Jest pani Justyna Blacha-Adamska. Pani jest prezesem Stowarzyszenia Rzeszowskiego Obszaru Funkcjonalnego, a przybyła wraz z panem doktorem Potyrańskim. Jest pan doktor? Witamy. Witam szczególnie uczestników panelu dzisiejszej konferencji, panią profesor dr habilitowaną Alinę Maciejewską. Witamy panią profesor technika warszawska. Witamy pana doktora Łukasza Mikułę. Będzie moderatorem dyskusji. Witamy pana Rajmunda Rysia, eksperta do spraw rewitalizacji planowania przestrzennego. Witam pana Piotra Lewandowskiego. Witamy pana, na końcu pan gdzieś tam usiadł. Przedstawiciel firmy, która dostarcza narzędzia do konsultacji społecznych. Witam doktora Huberta Kotarskiego i pana Piotra Buczka. Są panowie. Witamy, reprezentują Biuro Analiz Rynkowych i Społecznej Bary z wykonawcą podręcznika dobrych praktyk. Wśród prelegentów cieszymy się pani Barbary Pujdak. Jest pani Barbara? Jest. Witamy. Pani dyrektor Biura Rozwoju Miasta Rzeszowa. Witam pana Damiana Kosiarskiego. Jest pan Damian? Nie widzę. Dyrektor Biura Stowarzyszenia. I pana Remigiusza Wzorka. Jest pan Remigiusz? Nie ma, może dotrą jeszcze do nas. Cieszę się, proszę Państwa, z obecności samorządowców, prezydenta miasta, obszaru Rzeszowskiego, obszaru wszystkiego województwa i nie tylko. Proszę Państwa, faktycznie codziennie przemierzam Rzeszowski obszar funkcjonalny i tak jak powiedziałem, gospodarka przestrzenna, proszę Państwa, przez wiele lat czekała na tego typu projekt pilotażowy, który jest
a number of years now, and it is being developed as we speak. For many years, nobody really cared and nobody worked on how do we combine the spatial planning and adapt a broader perspective. We need to view it not only from the point of a single local government unit or single municipality, but we need to adopt a broader perspective. All the investment projects would impact not only the area of its direct location, but it just has a more broader impact. So that is why we decided to use the funds from the EU budget to help us out. Mind you, this was substantial money because the overall budget of the project is 9,134,000, with some 8,300,000 being co-funded by the EU funds, and the project went on for the last 3 years. So this is substantial investment, and we will be discussing the way spatial planning influences development. I'm more than happy to be able to share our insight, and I will be very curious to find out more from what you have to say. Spatial planning impacts all of us, and it will certainly continue to do so. It does impact the local population, but also broader population. That is why we are happy that we will be engaging this task, and that this project will then be put into broader use. And I would be very happy to see that happening. Okay, and that takes me to the end of my introductory remarks. Have a good day and have a very interesting conference. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo, panie marszałku. Jak słyszeliście państwo, projekt pilotażowy to taka perełka, a moim zadaniem jest to, żebyście, wychodząc państwo z tej konferencji, pamiętali na pamięć już nazwę tego projektu, więc ja jeszcze raz. Jak on się nazywa? Dobrze? Zintegrowany i uspołeczniony model planowania przestrzennego poprzez opracowanie strategii przestrzennej Rzeszowskiego, Obszaru, Funkcjonalnego. A teraz przystępujemy do wystąpień naszych gości, którzy będą prezentować i instytucje zarządzające, i instytucje realizujące projekt, lidera i partnerów. Proszę państwa, jak to nazwać? Może jeszcze wcześniej, w momencie, kiedy wejdziemy na tą część już dotyczącą wystąpień, moim zadaniem jako prowadzącego będzie tylko i wyłącznie pilnowanie dyscypliny czasowej. Więc 2 minuty przed końcem będę starał się prelegentom pokazywać, że właśnie czas mija moje zadanie. Natomiast teraz już przedstawiam pierwszego naszego prelegenta. Będzie to osoba szczególna, bo często podczas konferencji zdarza się, że występuje na niej minister konstytucyjny. Ze względu na warunki atmosferyczne pani Małgorzata Jarosińska-Jedynak, która miała z nami być, nie dotarła, ale dzięki właśnie tym specjalistom od techniki mamy panią minister na łączach i możemy się z nią połączyć. Dzień dobry, pani minister.
Witam wszystkich Państwa serdecznie na dzisiejszej konferencji dotyczącej innowacyjnego modelu współpracy w zakresie planowania przestrzennego. Jak wszyscy wiemy, podstawą dobrze funkcjonującej jednostki samorządu terytorialnego czy związku tych jednostek na wizja rozwoju w obszarze planowania i zagospodarowania przestrzennego. Skupienie wszystkich zainteresowanych stron, obywateli, organizacji społecznych i administracji samorządowej nad debatą odnośnie przyszłości najbliższej im okolicy i spraw jest pierwszym krokiem w rozwoju i budowaniu fundamentów od przyszłych działań. Ten nadrzędny cel został wsparty w ramach programu Wiedza, Edukacja, i
one of the projects under the educational development project, through which we delivered on the Rzeszów Functional Area Spatial Planning Project. Under this project, we wanted to change the attitude of the local government unit towards the spatial planning through close cooperation between
between the local government units that are part of the functional area. This initiative is only one of the examples, because the Ministry of Regional Funds is supporting the idea of in-depth social consultations, as well as planning documentation, providing additional funds for other projects within that scope. Their objective was there to grow the social awareness and commitment in spatial planning processes. We also wanted to make sure that we engage in a broad dialogue between the municipal authorities and the local population. We enjoyed support from the Power project, and because of that, some 1,000 municipalities from Poland have engaged in in-depth consultation and dialogue. And this gave rise to innovative tools and methods of social consultation in a broader form than it would have been provided by strict compliance to the law. To that end, municipalities received funds for the use of modern consultation techniques, which increased the interest on the social part, while facilitating comment-making and therefore enhancing the social dialogue. Thanks to higher share of the social participation, we were able to come up with more detailed spatial planning documents, therefore reflecting better the needs of the local population. So in that, local social consultations were very popular, and they really resulted in a lot of feedback. Thanks to this, we were able to engage in a lot of training in spatial planning and spatial management as such, addressed to the employees of the local government units. We've trained some 7,000 officials who were at the same time engaged in that social consultation of the planning documentation. The municipalities were also enjoying expert support, and this will enable us to continue on the work initiated by the EU project. Now, as the project is now coming to an end, and mind you, it got an integrated social spatial planning model for the Rzeszów functional area, which is a bit of a mouthful, I would like to congratulate you very warmly on taking up this initiative. Mind you, this was a huge challenge, but I realized that the effects of the project will contribute to some systemic changes ahead of us. And I'm glad that the region of Subcarpathia, Podkarpackiego region, is becoming a driving engine behind these changes. I hope that this innovative model of coherent spatial planning may become a good model for all the partners of the project. So once again, congratulations on your determination, congratulations on the commitment to all the parties of the project. And for you at the conference, I hope you have a very good meeting. Thank you very much indeed.
Można klaskać nawet.
And applause is due.
Proszę Państwa.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much to Madam Minister. We've now heard the word determination, as we have 13 municipalities there, so powerful municipalities. Indeed, for a project like this one, we need determination. And so now, without much ado, let me ask another speaker. We will now hear from the Ministry of Development and Technology. So I'm giving the floor over to Dr. Michał Gil, who is the head of Department of Spatial Planning. And he will walk you through the information of what's going to change and how is that going to happen once the law is updated. But let me ask you one more thing, perhaps. I'd like to start with a picture, sir. This picture was taken 2 days ago. Here we are, in London. Do you think it's going to be easier on us to erect such buildings around historical buildings after the update of the law?
To się okaże.
Needs to be seen. Looking for a mobile microphone.
Proszę bardzo, tylko ze względu na to, że prowadzimy transmisję, proszę o...
Remember that the microphone is really needed because we are actually streaming it online.
Panie Marszałku, Szanowni Państwo.
Dear Marshal, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you for the invitation for this great event. I love talking about the reform of spatial planning because we'll touch upon the aspect that has not been discussed before. I wonder how it's going to be. I'm looking at the watch. I have 30 minutes limits.
Więc nie przedłużamy.
Not without further ado.
Dobrze. Zaraz się okaże, że będę musiał.
It will turn out that I will have to resign from the mobile microphone because I'm not disciplined enough. I will begin with a short introduction of I'm talking about the goals for which the reform has been implemented. I think that all the specialists are aware of the problems and challenges are connected with the spatial planning system so far, very long procedures.
WZ-ki, które kiedyś miały być tylko
Documents that were supposed to be
przynajmniej element
a replacement for functionality,
chaos
spatial chaos that generated
przestrzenne.
Environmental issues. When we talk to specialists about it, about the cost, everyone realizes that, but I think that people who are not interested in this area, the most
Przemawiającym do
what speaks to their mind is
jeżeli zabudowa i
if the building is dispersed,
karetka pogotowia
ambulance or firefighters have a lot of distance to cover, and because of that, because the buildings are so dispersed, the ambulance reaches not in 5 minutes but in 10 or 15 minutes, which can be fatal which may have fatal consequences. That is why it was worth reforming the system.
na slajdzie widzicie
On this slide, you can see some basic issues connected with spatial planning. I will not go over them in detail. I would like to say that we managed to solve all of these. During my address today, I will focus on a few of them, but let's go on with these.
Decyzja o warunkach zabudowy.
The decision of building. I don't. I think that the main aim of the bill of the spatial planning was the restriction of spatial planning conditions. The main disadvantage is that municipality is not able to withhold its own territories. When it comes to spatial planning, the municipality decides where buildings are constructed, but in other situations, when there is no will from the municipality, the local government has to allow building such construction. So how to do this, how we did it, I will talk about it in a second. But because we are dealing with strategy, I would like to focus your attention on for many years, specialists dealing with spatial planning have been pointing to the fact that social planning and spatial planning do not meet. They do not work in unison, and there are many problems resulting from that. We have solved this issue, but quite accidentally, being aware of it, of the downsides of it, we wanted. Can I use the water?
Jeszcze nikt nie pił z niej. Tak jak powiedziałem.
As I said, our main goal, initial and most important, was limiting the decisions of construction permissions. We had to implement a document showing where the decisions could be given on the area of municipality. What happened between 24th of between the bill was implemented, the bill on spatial planning, the system of documents concerning the spatial planning are broadly understood. At the top of that was the strategy. And they were facultative, non-compulsory. They were analytical, purely analytical, and thus they were not binding the owners of the real estate. We had a study which repeated everything that was above. That was it was about the document that embraced all the municipality. It was analytical and program, and it had the two differences. The municipality had to draw it, and it directly translated into local planning. So if it didn't have any influence on granting the permissions, below we had local planning, where the municipality had influence, but the main drawback was they were complicated in preparation, very detailed, and it's very hard to use them for the whole municipality. We wanting to we had to implement an act of local law concern the municipality, and thirdly, in order to implement it easily, we had to restrict its the area of its application. So we had 4 levels. So these were too many. This is we didn't want the municipality to go through 4 steps on spatial planning. And we thought that some of the elements, questions related to the application of the document, the general plan, on a local planning is the same as the case study, and the rest of them were in the strategy, and through this, accidentally, we integrated social and spatial integration of planning. So it turned out that we've achieved a result that was desired, very much desired, but we've achieved it quite accidentally. And here you can see, and in a simplified form, what happened to the study. I'll begin with the right-hand column, the part that concerned the normative, in a sense, in internal sense, was moved to general planning. The general plan was supposed to implement the study. Local planning was supposed to implement to carry out the planning. Now they have to do the general plan. This directional change and the general layer was moved to spatial strategies. And now I would like to talk about the strategy of municipality development. So far, before the bill was implemented, the municipality could have done it, could have implemented the law, because we eliminated from the it was a must to implement it. So we had to implement the strategy, and the obligation will update on the 1st of January 2026. Why so? Because we've been the strategy was supposed to be a program document and a basis for the other documents, planning documents, we agree with the argument. In the ideal world, this is how it works. That we should have a general strategy and then spatial planning documents, but we do not live in an ideal world because, as you know, the time for drawing general plans, because it's until the beginning of 2026, but the date is not accidental. We deciding to attempt to get finances from KPO, we had to agree to planning, and it has to be accounted for in 2026. That is why we decided to, but still achievable goal. But we didn't want to prepare these sequentially, because we think that indeed implementing the documents could not be real. That's why we decided that the general plans will be drawn despite the planning which is not up to date. Do we have to do the planning besides that? Of course we do. These municipalities like Rzeszów, which have implemented, have those strategies in place. Those which have those municipalities which have them, they have the analytical material in place. Similarly, it begins, it happens with the other ones. But those who have those documents not updated, you cannot prepare planning without, but it will not. When it comes to strategy, taking into account the procedure which extends the works, it would be barely possible to prepare the strategy and general planning. But if the analysis will be, the analytical document will not be formalized as strategy, it will allow us to save a lot of time. And we, in our regulations, we have equaled both strategies, and we connected with the topic of today's meeting. The bill on the local government allows municipalities joint preparing of the strategies, which is the strategy of local strategies. So when there is a need, the municipalities can work together on, and thanks to that, in my opinion, the general plans can be much better because they also take into account the neighboring municipalities as well.
Strategia rozwoju ponadlokalnego. To, co powiedziałem.
The essence of it is that municipalities can prepare the strategy of development, and it's connected with the strategy of municipality development. Here you can see the Article 10, Section 4 of the Bill of Local Government. I would like to draw your attention to the graphical form that it's supplemented with the graphical form, the content, the verbal content of it.
Krótko spałem, wypiłem dużo.
I haven't slept a lot. I drank a lot of coffee. And I have dry mouth.
Istotnym elementem
The essential element of that
model struktury funkcjonalno
is the development of the structure, functional, spatial development of the municipality. Here you can see the elements it should contain, the model of the functional spatial structure. I draw attention to the picture on the right-hand side. This is taken from the metropolis of Lublin.
Naszym zdaniem jest to całkiem dobrze
In
przygotowane.
our opinion, so very well prepared strategy. Why I'm showing you this?
Zwróćcie Państwo uwagę,
Please draw attention to
ta strategia dla
this strategy for the metropolis.
ten powiat,
It does not include not only one powiat, but several powiats. But it seems that in case of all the strategies for
obszarów
urban development areas,
pojmowały obszar kilku powiatów, co by
they will include several powiats, which will be important in the future on how to
planowanie
organize planning in terms of several powiats. This is a subsequent element of the model of functional spatial structure. It's about communication corridors, and here
państw
I would like to recommend a publication that can be found on the Ministry of Funds and Regional Policy, strategy of development strategy, and it's to be found on the ministry website.
podejmujących się zadań
I think this is a very valuable position for those who deal with these topics on a daily basis. A subsequent part of the Article 10, Section 3, Item 5. It's about politics.
Także widzicie,
It was in the study stage. So it's about transferring study to the document. It was implemented in the regulation. And the last part,
wydaje mi się, że nie
I don't think we don't have to concentrate on this part. And then now,
tutaj mam wrażenie, że mi jakieś
I think I'm missing some slides. I will try to
dla pewności.
use my memory. I'll make sure if
Tak.
I have everything in place.
Będziecie Państwo musieli się tylko skupić na moich słowach
You will have to focus on my words.
i grafikami.
I will have no graphics.
Teraz kilka minut poświęcę
And so let me spend a few minutes
elementom
on the main areas of spatial planning reform.
kluczowym elementem
And the key element here
ogólnej gminy.
is the general master plan of the municipality. This is the general document that replaces the spatial study. The general master plan is a simple document to develop.
Składał z 4 elementów.
It consists of 4 elements, but only 2 of them are mandatory.
Element, który
The first element
gminy
within the municipality master plan is the spatial zones or areas, if you like. The municipality will be covered with spatial planning zones. Now, to put you into the picture, let's imagine there is a special planning zone for multi-family housing, for single-family housing, industrial area, mining area.
otwarta,
There
która
will be an open space area to include
prawy
farms,
oraz lasy.
arable lands, and woods.
Drugim elementem
The second element within the master plan that needs to be there because it's obligatory is the descriptive part of the areas. And this is done through the use of 4 parameters, namely the biologically active area,
ziemną,
intensity of planning and facility built on the area of the build-up facilities and the height thereof. So, while describing the functions of individual real estate, we will be fulfilling all these 4 parameters. I'm not going to go into details as we don't have time for that, but basically these 2 elements have to make it to the general master plan. So, basically, if you ask me, that's not such a big content. There are also other elements that can be placed within the master plan. This is the built-up area where municipality allows that there will be decisions issued on the built-up terms and conditions. Mind you, the municipality is not under obligation to come up with a definition on that. If the municipality decides not to issue decisions on the built-up area, they will simply not define an area where build-up can happen. Now, if it doesn't want to build up and give an area, the zone will simply not be subject to the build-up permits. And then we have the city or downtown built-up area. It will now be part of the general master plan, although before it was engaged otherwise. And on top of that, some standards on access to social infrastructure, schools, green areas, health units, bus stops. Here, the municipality may decide to come up with relevant standards and define them. If a given standard for a given plot of land fails to be complied with, that means that build-up will not happen, either through local plan or through the specific terms and conditions. Again, I'm not going to go into detail about it. An important part is that the municipality defines the standards it wishes to apply. It may choose not to apply any. Defines some specific standards such as distance between the sources of a relevant social infrastructure, say school, or parameters such as the area of greens, verdure, that will make the municipality compliant with the standard. Well, this is it as far as the master plan is concerned. I would like to stick to my time. Now, when developing the update to the spatial planning law, we introduced some new modes under which local plans are developed. So in this slide, you can see the simplified path. On numerous occasions, it does happen that a small petty change to the local plan that only results in one line being redrafted on the map, or slight change to a single parameter by 50 centimeters or so, would decide in a follow-up and complicated procedure of modification to the local plan. Now, with our simplified path, we are now allowed to introduce such small and petty changes in a simplified way. So, for instance, local plan is brought into compliance with the general master plan. For instance, mining area or water flooding area, this has to be modified, and it can be done through a simple path. And it can also be applied for the renewable energy sources. All these procedures, all these modifications can be introduced via a simplified path. According to our estimates, for an update to a local plan to be developed under the simplified procedure, if all things go well, and if we don't have to come up with the strategic feasibility study, then it would take us some 2 months, all conditions being equal, for the procedure to be developed. Of course, it all depends on the good quality of data at the input. If the original document is solid, and if we only introduce, say, 5% modification, that we can be done within 2 months. Okay, I'm a public official, so I'm always presenting this official optimism, if you like. I remember attending a meeting whereby I spoke to investors related to the renewable energy industry. And there I learned that some commercial companies and the renewable energy industry were asked how much time they needed for the spatial plan to be developed, how much time is needed for the simplified procedure plan to be developed. And they said 3 months, which is still not bad. And they are the ones that don't like, putting too much of a rosy picture on the reality. Okay, so this is the spatial planning done through the simplified path. And then we had a very specific procedure whereby the investor enters into a cooperation with the local government unit, and in return for the spatial planning, the investor undertakes to develop certain services, either building social infrastructure facility or providing some technical infrastructure such as road or pavement or school, what have you, or for instance that some facilities or apartments will be handed over to the municipal content. There is an open catalogue of various services that these investors can deliver. It all depends on the actual cooperation agreement between the investor and the local government unit. Mind you, this is a new instrument, so we will be very curious to watch it happen in reality. But so far, we have seen some very positive comments on this new procedure. And the third procedure related to spatial planning has to do with strategic investment projects. Now, honestly, the first time we thought about developing was when we first learned about the war in Ukraine, because we realized that it may so happen that we would need to come up with an investment project very fast. Say, a munition plant would have to be erected very fast. And so the Council of Ministers would be able to pass a special law following requests from the regional authorities. Okay, you had Council of Ministers, you held regional authorities, and now we're asking, where does the municipality come in? Indeed, the municipality should be able to master its own territory. And under this procedure, it is possible to issue a spatial planning following one condition, namely that the municipal council agrees to do so. So it is only after the municipal council gives a green light that the simple procedure for critical investments can be followed through. So on one hand, we want to have this fast track for strategic investments, but the municipality has to go along. I only have 2 minutes, so I'm gonna speed up. Well, basically, that takes me to the end of the procedures, if you like, because I've got some more interesting thing to say, I think. And that has to do with the second step of spatial planning. When we first kicked off the project some 4 years ago, and when we first kicked off with the reform of spatial planning, what we had in mind was that we can develop a completely new law where all the elements of spatial planning can be regulated. But 2 years back, we realized we don't stand a chance with such an ambitious project, and so we decided to cut some half of it, which turned out to be a very solid solution because we managed on time by the end of the political term in office. But one of the elements that is still there outside of the spatial planning has to do with planning outside of the municipality remit. I'm going to refer to just one thing here. The basic problem of extra-municipal spatial planning has to do with the fact that we don't really know who would be owning the process. You remember the graph coming from the strategy of the metropolitan area of Lublin. We had a couple of powiats there, and somehow we have to be part of the existing legal structure. So we have 3 levels, if you like, of the local government unit in Poland. Municipality, according to the Polish constitution, is the very basic unit and the key one too. There should be no doubt that spatial planning belongs to the municipality and is owned by the municipality. So what do we have in mind when reforming it? Well, we can do two things. First, as Rzeszów and the neighboring municipality does, we can engage in voluntary cooperation. That's always an option. And then we can also engage in central intervention to introduce a level of cooperation. But again, you would need to discuss where and how and what. So, indeed, this is another option. We can think about different levels, but for sure, this is no systemic solution. When we indicate which agglomerations would have to have special laws passed like that, I don't think this is a very good solution. Having said that, I would not like to be passing any judgments on the way these decisions would look in the future. We have not introduced it into our law, into our update, but honestly, this is a very difficult and daunting task because for formal reasons. So how do we manage the very fact that this is actually the municipality that owns spatial planning process and we simply have no other level that would be at par to face up to the challenges of the municipality. And that actually takes me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Dziękuję bardzo, panie dyrektorze. Jesteście państwo świadkami
Very much.
na nową dla
You have witnessed me changing the glass of water for another speaker, but before I do so,
pan ucieknie od nas.
I have another question perhaps.
Jeden ze slajdów
In one of the slides, you showed us municipal development strategy, and you said that if there is a supralocal strategy, then the documents are equal
strategia się różni.
in validity. And what if the strategies differ one from another?
Ze strategią
Well, thank you for the question.
gminna.
The municipal strategy is the basic one, the underlying one. Okay, thank you very much indeed, and round of applause again for Mr. Gill.
Proszę państwa, czas teraz
And now the time has come for the project leader. We will now hear from Dr. Paweł Weiss, who is the head of the Regional Development Department of the Marshal Office within the region of Subcarpathia. So I will start with a question. Is it, thanks to this project, that these 13 municipalities will develop better? Well, I'm sure about that. For sure they will be developing better, and I'm sure the strategy as a tool will help us in thinking with more spatial categories and development processes. Now, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for having me and for kindly coming to this conference. Allow me to share some experience related to the project.
W kilku takich elementach odnieść.
And allow me to walk you through
Po pierwsze chciałbym
the project process.
to robimy, czyli
Let me start off by saying why is it that we are engaged in the project in the first place?
na różnych
The local area, the territorial area as we call it, is so very important for the development of the entire region.
krokiem kolejnym
Another step
o wymiarze terytorialnym to jest
in speaking about the territorial
funkcjonalne i
dimension has to do with functional and spatial intervention. So I will be giving you a couple of comments about that from the point of view of our region. I will be talking about the city functional areas.
inicjatywy
Let me also speak a few words about the Catching Up Regions initiative. I'm afraid the voice has a feedback there. Is there a feedback loop?
Więc chciałbym tutaj jeszcze parę słów poświęcić tej inicjatywie, bo ona była.
I would like to speak about this initiative because it was
Wreszcie chcę przedstawić założenia tego,
the mother of our project, if you like.
czy realizujemy
And then,
tego zakończenie planujemy na koniec roku, ale też chcę
then at the end of the year, I will also be able to share some experience that we have managed to engage it during the project, and then we will also have a number of outcomes and final conclusions. So, As for the development processes, we all realize how difficult it is to combine them with space, and they do take place in space, if you like. That's why we call it a territorial directional approach in the development policy. Why would that be so important? First and foremost, we need to connect what is it that we want to program to the terms and conditions governing that, and this will have an impact on the efficiency of the actions undertaken by us. It will also make us collaborate more strictly. We will be forced to collaborate, although, of course, we would rather have it as a spontaneous and grassroots initiative. We also focus on certain real problems and real objectives as identified through the grassroots initiative and as identified jointly and then translating into common needs. And finally, we need to account for very specific terms and conditions. Each area has its specific conditions. There may be some types of areas, but of course specific conditions, terms and circumstances need to be accounted for when defining development potentials. Two important concepts are related to this territorial dimension, namely the functional area and strategic intervention area. As we speak about the functional area, it is very important for us when we identify the area to be subject to our project and when we draw analytical conclusions, looking at specific traits, potential and barriers for that matter. What's important here for the municipal functional area is to find on the gravitational directions or meeting points so that this area can be treated as a unit, as an entity. And that takes me to the second part, which is the strategic intervention area, and that can be translated into intervention instruments. This is the area whereby we will be providing some public intervention instrument. I'm not going to quote a definition. You can see it in the slide. This is actually a definition taken as a direct quote from the law. So basically, we are speaking about two areas: functional, that has to do more with analytical efforts, and then strategic intervention, which is a carefully chosen area where about some intervention instruments or mix thereof is directed for certain intervention to happen, for certain change to be stimulated, for certain positive growth to be developed. And then in our strategy for the regional development, which is called Podkarpackiego, the region of Subcarpathia, Regional Development Strategy 2030, we have a number of strategic intervention areas for which some special growth instruments will be directed as defined in the previous strategy of 2020. And we have a number of various instruments there in place. First and foremost, we want to make sure that we take good care of the areas that will be the driving engines behind our development. We also want to make sure that we provide special care to these areas which require some special effort on our part. As you can see, here we're speaking about the municipal functional areas, and both the Rzeszów and the Rzeszów functional area have taken place. And then we have areas that are at risk of ongoing marginalization at the regional level. And then we also added some other areas and municipalities from the region which would require some support. And then three other areas with very specific terms and conditions, namely the area of the Bieszczada's mountains, which we are actually continuing from the previous financial perspective, then the Blue River Sun, as well as the municipality, or rather the area of Roztocze, including 8 municipalities. Why would that be so important? Well, we want to make use of this unique and specific settlement area in our region so that we can boost and distribute development processes all across the region. Luckily, Rzeszów as a metropolitan area is just being created, and thanks to this we do not really provide too heavy a development burden of other areas. So we have more or less even distribution, allowing for a more coherent development of the region. And in these two graphs I'm about to show you, you can see that Rzeszów indeed has a dominant position for the functional area, no doubt about that. Looking at the number of population, number of businesses, this is an important argument to confirm something I'm about to say. Why is it that we chose Rzeszów?
Why is it so relevant and important from the point of view of the development of the voivodeship? But also, please have a look at the other cities on the same level. We would like them to, the pace of development to sustain the development process. I would like you to see of the small Lubaczów. This is not the full polar of the territorial development, but the northeast part of the region. But we give the chance to Lubaczów to assume the role of ladies and gentlemen, our model is a cascade one. We think that Rzeszów is the strongest center and it should be the driving force, which absorbs the resources for the voivodeship, and it's to be supplemented with the vertical structure of transfers between Rzeszów and other regions of our polars of growth, and the other cities are to be the driving factor for the development of the whole region, and it will enable the coherent development of the voivodeship and the divergence processes that happen in all the voivodeships in Podkarpackiego. These processes are the lowest, and thus it seems that we have the you see in the photos, in the pictures, that it is so. And a few words about this initiative, because it was the most important, and thus allowing the project to be implemented. It was the Commission. Corina Cretu proposed the project, and she thought about helping the projects which are weaker to catch up with the development, to eliminate the distance, and to increase the speed of growth. It was dedicated to Poland and Romania, along with Świętokrzyskie region, were the first to take the jobs. And I would like to thank the representatives of the European Commission who were invited to this event, and which we know these results are valid for them. I would like to thank the Ministry of the Regional Funds and Politics, but so it happens that the name is on the presentation is different. But I would like to thank you for your input during the works and during the period of its implementation. I would like to warmly thank of the World Bank for being with us from the very beginning and inventing these as kind of as an intention and implementing those. Our voivodeship has taken part in 2 catching up sessions, 16-17. We worked on the financial instruments, not the PCI consumption. I wouldn't like to go into that, but 17 and 18 we worked on details of the Podkarpackie Innovation Center, but we also developed the project on the spatial planning. We had 2 modules, analysis and advisory board, and help with the in implementing the project. It was about with all the organizations, with the European Commission and the World Bank, the partners were to identify the factors which block the development potential and come up with a path to eliminate the barriers, to increase the development growth, and it's translated onto specific actions. And here, when it comes to catching up initiative, conjointly with the local organizations and World Bank, and for us, for the voivodeship, the Rzeszów functional area, its growth will condition the growth of the whole voivodeship. They will be utmost important. What's the block? It was the lack of coherent planning. The potential of Rzeszów development areas, functional areas, it could implement the development of the whole voivodeship. We concentrated on spatial planning. Here you can see the spatial area of Rzeszów functional area. When we started these works, we didn't have the structure of these works, but now we do have two additional municipalities, but they are outside the project because the project was started to be implemented earlier. But I think they could be implemented in the future as part of the project. Why did we have the problem? Because we show the Rzeszów area as a very important factor of spatial planning development. We said it very openly when it comes to we showed the importance of the integration of reducing planning conflicts, because Rzeszów started to develop intensively, and it was started with the development of widening the borders of the city, and we had some issues between the local government, and so we aimed at eliminating the blockage, and next there come the blue and the green zones as part of the Rzeszów functional area. Special planning of Podkarpackiego voivodeship sees Rzeszów spatial area as part of its vital role as part of the structure. It sees its potential. It's important for us. I think that the representatives of the World Bank will show how we achieved this, and that one of the issues was that the construction permissions that we had that we have blocked certain permissions, and that this development plan could be hampered. That is why we decided that it was very valid to consolidate. Why the Rzeszów functional area is important for us? There are few key elements. Have a look at population tendencies in 2022 as part of ROF, so Rzeszów functional area. There were 398,267 people, and in 2022 we had 2,079,098 people. I think it is underestimated. I think that there are people who are not on the official documents. It is very important, the growth of the population and its dynamics. Well, in voivodeship we have negative, from the negative growth, we have decreased when it comes to 2.3%. But when it comes to the Rzeszów functional area, we have a growth. So that's why it's important from the functional areas. When it comes to business entities, the tendency is positive in both respects. In terms of voivodeship, there's a growth between 2018 and 2022. It's 16.2. So it's even bigger in Rzeszów functional area because it's more than 24%, which is, as you can see, is very significant, considerable. What is the blockage? We had a very level of coverage of planning documents. What Mr. Gill referred to, so the basic document was the construction permission. It resulted in stagnation of we were uncertain of how might the situation develop in the future. It was the signal for us to take up this assumption, to work on it. What is the blockage? Director mentioned the competence gap, the tasks in spatial planning on the level of municipality and voivodeship. On the voivodeship level, we have general documents, a spatial planning plan, or a panoramic audit. But those most important ones are drawn up on the level of municipalities, and those they concentrate on themselves, and within their borders they have consultations and opinions. But the functions is not really binding. But we thought it was utmost important, and wanting to make it more dynamic, the zone, the functional zone, we wanted to take up these tasks. And we thought that Rzeszów functional area, as a type, as an example, a functional area can be a universal for other areas, not only in the country but also out abroad. But this is the confirmation what I mentioned. I have to stick with the timing discipline. I have this tendency to speak a bit more. These presentations will be made available. I would like to this caused our partners with the World Bank and the European Commission. We thought that it was important to take action to make it more coherent, the spatial planning more coherent. So summing the experts team as a physical form to communicate within the spatial planning policy or advisory board for the government of the municipalities. It was about making rules and good practices of spatial planning, to see the spatial planning not only within my borders, but the bigger entity, because my municipality is the element of a bigger entity. But we required some support, not only technical, but also on the awareness level and expert knowledge level. And we wanted to open to spatial planning to the public. It is already happening, but I think it will entail some complications. We are happy that these are, but that they are open to the public, but because we are open to talk. But when it comes to we have to be reasonable when conducting the public consultations. These are the elements that we had in mind when creating the project. And then Mr. Director talked about who is supposed to be the. We came up with. We thought in terms of Rzeszów functional area, we have a system in place. We have a partner, but the leader. But the local voivodeship authority, we took it as took the role of a leader. Another wanting to get funding, we want to comply with the procedure. We had to make a tender, but we managed to place to draw up an agreement, and we succeeded in October to sign the financing grant agreement. Thank you, Mr. Marshall, to incorporate that as part of the financing strategy. I would like to highlight one thing. The World Bank has been with us all this time as part of the project, and the name as a spatial strategy, the very name suggests, because we treat that as an instrument. We have spoken a lot about the financing of the project, but we have supplemented from the country budget. We wanted it. We had our knowledge, but the financing came from the European Commission as well as the country budget, national budget. When it comes to the aims, we had to increase the potential of respective partners of the project, creating a system enabling integration without spatial data, and we wanted to coordinate the politics and part of the Rzeszów functional region and what is happening. So it's about testing of the model in practice when creating analysis, and this is what the sequence looks like. We think that the logic is very obvious. When it comes to task number 1, we showed that to give municipalities competences. The offices working in municipalities not always had the competences. In bigger cities, there are no issues with that. The teams are, but in the small municipalities there are issues. We had to make it more coherent. So we had postgraduate studies, and thank you for technical Warsaw Technical University. Thank you for the ingenious program created. When it comes to dialogue with the public, competences, dialogue, moderating these meetings with the local. It's very important, and this component we incorporated into that. And so buying equipment to be able to show the spatial data, to make it more usable. As part of the second project, the most important was creating an expert team, which I think is a very important value. And I think when we have a discussion panel, you will hear more about it. Another task is creating the strategy, spatial strategy, because we calibrate our thinking, focus on from single municipalities to functional area, and connect the initiatives. The internet platform, which allows us to present allows us to take part in the and thus it allowed us to be consult other partners from other regions. and to use their knowledge to solve when solving technical problems. Ladies and gentlemen, the third task was to testing of the developed model. It has to be a part of the sequence, and I think we will see the results and documents in the municipality, and we will change them. The fourth task is to promoting good and sharing good practices. And there is a team among us which develops good practice manual. Today's conference is one of the elements of the task.
Okay, on to spatial planning. I'm not going to tell you what it is. I'm not going to analyze it because this will be subject to the World Bank presentation. Having said that, this spatial planning is very important for us as it provides for a joint vision of spatial development. And you may say, well, very nice and dandy, it was part of the overall master plan. For sure it is, but we simply want to rethink it again, and we want to do it together. Unfortunately, there is no microphone to the speaker.
Chcieliśmy tutaj właśnie jeszcze dzięki temu dokumentowi
So with this document, we wanted to
zintegrować planowanie,
integrate spatial planning and to introduce some spatial management areas. So some joint guidelines on how individual documents should look like, how do we reconcile various interests in spatial planning so that the functional area can enjoy a more orchestrated growth, so that we can avoid spatial conflicts, especially in the area where two municipalities come together or borderline. So this is one of the visualization showing you that our underlying objective was to come up with a joint vision for the municipalities under the functional area of Rzeszów. So this is the status quo when we first entered the project. Now, what is the strategy for us? It is there to consolidate our cooperation. It is there to identify key areas that are so important for the functional area of Rzeszów. It was very important for us as the regional authorities. We wanted to make sure that we do not waste any potential while we tap all the assets of the potential we have. We wanted to introduce some rules that would be adopted under the spatial planning at individual municipalities. We also wanted to introduce the green growth elements related to the green and blue infrastructure, so that the natural environment in Rzeszów can be greener and account for climate change, which is also very important. Another point, of course, we needed to have a reality check on that. We all realize that we can shape space in various ways, and there is this tendency we would like to do this, and we'd like to do this. So there's a lot of good intentions, but we need to be realistic about that. So under the works on the strategy, we managed to get this realistic growth model, and you can see it in the graph. It actually reconciles all these functions. And that takes me to something that's very important for us, namely the identification of strategic development areas as defined by the municipalities and as endorsed by the region. Here, we want to focus on the areas that have been identified in the first place, just to manage them properly and to have various functions allocated to them. Another important point, well, this project was developed under the POWER project, so that's why this social aspect was very important. That is why we were engaged in various social consultations, looking at various grassroots initiatives. So social participation was also important for us. We invited people to join us in the efforts on coming up with a joint vision for spatial planning. To that end, we organized consultation, conferences. During the social consultations, we consulted on the spatial planning project for the Rzeszów functional area. We worked together on that. So a few words about the social consultation. We, as the
chcieliśmy tego procesu
The
rozbić.
leader didn't want to break through the process. We didn't want to distribute it too much. We decided it would be the leader that will be responsible for the consultation, and then we also acted as a coordinator. So indeed, we decided that we'll be the coordinator.
Może rzutować. Te konsultacje
And the social consultations went on for some time at our level, and at the municipal level there was a whole internet site engaged to facilitate social participation. And then
poszczególnych
we had presentations of comments made to the process. There was a number of comments,
komentarzy były też.
starting from feedback from just private individuals.
Pokazuje, że ten proces rzeczywiście
Well, so indeed this process was live, and it was possible, it was feasible, also at the very early step of spatial planning rather than at the later step where significant but specific actions are already taken. So a few words about project management. As for any project, you need to start off with the steering committee, and we did have one there as well. It was actually appointed by the resolution from the management board of the region of Subcarpathia, Podkarpackiego, and the steering committee included representatives of the local government and all the partners in the project. The steering committee adopted key decisions as for the shape of the project, while indicating some areas for modification. It was the heads of the local units, the mayors that were able to meet within the steering committee and talk about space and talk about spatial development. And that's very important, because spatial development does not come as a priority in your daily work if you're the head of unit, if you're the head of the local municipality. This offered a space for coordination of spatial planning efforts within the municipalities.
Powiem o tym przy okazji właśnie tego komitetu. No, mieliśmy
So a few more words about the steering committee. You may remember that we started with the project when we were still under the COVID-19 pandemic and the lockdown happened. That's why we decided to change the way we operate. So the modus operandi was more internet-based, but we wanted to make up for the time that we may have lost because of the lockdown. So then the project management team that dealt with basic project management tasks, ongoing tasks related to project management and administration, and the project management team met on frequent basis, well, sometimes remotely, but not always. Now, here are the outcomes of our experience. We came up with two parts whereby we worked on spatial documents. What we heard from Mr. Gill was that we are already working under the new legal order. But mind you, we started off under the old law, but the modules are pretty universal, and then they can be transplanted under the new legal framework. So for the studies, we felt it was very important for the expert team to indicate the areas needed change, because some things need to be tweeted, some things need to be modified or developed. That's why the expert team plays such an important role, because within different municipalities we can view it together. I mean, we can look at the proposals from one municipality, perhaps think about it in broader terms. So then the social consultation, and for the local spatial planning, for local plan, it was the opinion of our expert team that was an important element, followed up by social consultation and then the implementation procedure. So, a few words about the expert team. It is represented by the employees employed at all the levels of the local government unit. So we have 100% representation. These people have already been tested through various experiences in different projects. This team provides opinions on the documents, on draft documents, but can also come up with recommendations of some changes on its own. It acts as an advisory body for the association, but also for individual head of units, mayors. The team of experts is an important body for the exchange of experience. And it is important if we want to marry the interests of various municipalities without building too much of a barrier. So this is a very good space for cooperation. So this team will be here to stay even once the project is over, because we feel it's such a good quality of cooperation. I have now been communicated that I only have 2 minutes, so I'm about to conclude. The biggest potential of the project is, of course, its people. The project went on for a number of years. Obviously, the composition of the project team changed in the meantime. Having said that, we've always seen a lot of commitment on the project team, and newcomers were quick to be onboarded. And so we feel that what remains within the project is strengthened human relations and a lot of experience. As for conclusions and recommendations, I think that maybe as a follow-up, such an expert team should be made even stronger. It is now an opinion-making or an advisory body, but maybe it could play a more important role in the future. I think as we gain experience and as a team becomes more important in project management, its role may also be made more important. Even the mayors, the heads of local government units and the heads of municipalities agreed that they would like to see their role enhanced. Right. As for the conclusions and recommendations from project implementation, it is very important that we come up with joint spatial elements and we work together, because there is more that unites us than divides us. So we need to look at overall development objectives that are common to all of us. We should also come up with the strategic development areas. We need to define them on our own, and this should be done as a grassroots initiative. It was the municipalities themselves that defined what's the priority for them, be it social services, transportation, housing. So it has to be a grassroots initiative, but indeed it also has to be made very specific. What is it that we want to engage in? We need to emphasize the role of ongoing cooperation and a fair, just, honest exchange of information and views. And that takes me to the area whereby we're testing these 25 planning documents. We're also checking for compliance, making sure that they are aligned to our development strategy for the Rzeszów functional area as adopted by the project leader and its partners. We will also be adding our experience to the manual of good practice we are creating along the line. So the strategy is already put to good use, because the strategy is already part of the supra-local strategy for the development of the Rzeszów functional area. So this is already the value that we can see. And so we feel that this strategy at the level that is higher than local can be seen as a model, not only for the Rzeszów functional area, but also at a broader perspective. So just to conclude with 2 more slides, we conclude that the Rzeszów functional area is a lab case, if you like, whereby we're testing and checking various solutions. We feel that improved administration and management of our spatial resources is a key in planning new regional development strategy. For us, the strategy and the project can be seen as foundations for the follow-up and cooperation, whereby we include more and more municipalities while the Rzeszów functional area grows. We feel that this joint management is of key importance. We started with municipal areas, but we can then adopt it perhaps to more rural areas, as the model has a universal character. This project also demonstrated that we need to make sure we engage in real, actual social dialogue. We need to listen to our partners and we need to explain to the people why do we need the spatial planning exercise in the first place. What's very important for us is also that we learn by experience and then we share this experience also at the national level. We did hear about the municipal element from Mr. Gill, and of course we can take it and elevate it to a higher level, to the regional level, and also to the national level. So perhaps the conclusions from our project may be elevated and may be made useful by the ministry. The coordination needs to be there. We realize how important the position of the coordinator was. The municipalities do have some institutional framework for cooperation. For instance, this association, a very nice and solid partner. But in order to make sure that we work towards a joint vision rather than individual particular interests of individual municipalities, we need to have a coordinating function. So we were useful without being too blunt about it. And now we feel that this experience can be presented as a model, and I hope that you can use it. Thank you very much, and sorry for failing to stick to the time discipline.
Dziękuję bardzo, pani dyrektor.
Very much to Mr. Bajs.
Jedną rzecz. Nie będę panu już zadawał pytań.
I'm not going to ask you any questions because we are short of time. However, during the presentation, we did speak about blue and green areas.
Nie trochę prywaty, ale
So,
proponuję państwu
I suggest
zarejestrować się
you may want to register
Forum Innowacji Województwa.
for the Regional Forum for Innovations, which is happening next year here in Rzeszów.
Czyli
It will be about green and blue energy. rsi.podkarpackie.pl. And now, let me invite you to a well-deserved coffee break. Please be back in 15 minutes.
Next part of our conference, I invite Mr. Damian Kosiarski, Director of the Office of Rzeszów Functional Area Association, who will present to you, and he will do...
Jest pan Damian.
Okay, here he is.
Panie dyrektorze, zapraszam.
Director, I welcome you on stage. Presentation on the cooperation in terms of Rzeszów functional area planning. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as has already been said, a lot of our projects and our partners' attitude. I'll briefly talk from guests. For the guests who are not familiar with the voivodeship reality, I will briefly say that say a few words of the Rzeszów functional area. In 2015, the local officials formalized a Rzeszów functional area, summing a association of local government municipalities. In former perspective, the instrument of integrated territorial instruments, and it was allocated in the respective regional programs to realize this instrument. 16 voivodeship institutions were formed, and sub-regional 4, I believe. Former perspective showed that how our the heads of our governments, at the beginning it was something new in realization of such projects. Nevertheless, year on year, the experience and the cooperation showed that with the partners' attitude, we can carry on with such projects, different projects, whether be it infrastructure, directed oriented at territorial units, or projects oriented at residents, like those umbrella projects. One of them was renewable energy sources for PVC installations, and the other one that has recently stopped of energy sources replacement. So coal-based furnaces. The former perspective taught us to carry out partner projects, which translated onto our joint project. The consequence of the catching up initiative and what has been mentioned by Dr. Weiss, and catching up the deficiencies in terms of diagnosed by the World Bank in terms of spatial planning. After Mr. Gill's presentation from the Ministry of Technologies, what is innovative about it, about your project? What we assume in the novella of the bill, it is going beyond the framework of the local government units. Thus, what we assumed in 2019. So, coming back to the history and based on 2019, when we applied jointly with the local government, it was a novelty So going beyond the borders of local government units and joint spatial planning. And today, we hope that ministry took our example when making
dokonując nowelizacji
and when renewing the bill, where the stipulations concern the going outside the borders of. So, Director Paweł, we hope it's one of our successes.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen, going straight forward
projektu, tak jak
to the topic, as part of the project, as it was presented by Dr. Weiss, we created a expert team.
skład tego zespołu,
The composition of the team, the team is composed of each of the partners of the project, so the representatives of all the self-government units, as well as our internal leader,
stowarzyszenia
so the association of the Rzeszów functional area,
Funkcjonalnego,
because on the level of the area, because the association leads all the initiatives in carrying out the project.
I szanowni Państwo,
And
tak jak założenia programu
the assumption of the operational program, knowledge, education, development, as part of which the project is carried out.
projekcie
Also, our project, it was founded on the knowledge, specialist knowledge education,
również rozwój.
as well as development.
W pierwszym etapie
In the first stage of the project, each of the municipalities was equipped with infrastructure enabling it to work broadly understood as correct planning work. So the equipment,
jak również
as well as
przeszkoleni
employees were trained from each of the municipalities, except one of the leading municipality in our association,
Rzeszowa, który
the city of Rzeszów, which has a city of Bureau of Development, represented by Director Pójdak, who will be delivering a speech later today.
to Rzeszów
So the city of Rzeszów didn't need
edukowanie
to educate their employees, its representatives, on postgraduate programs, because they have highly qualified personnel, but the remaining representatives of the local government units took advantage of this opportunity,
wszyscy
and
zostali
they
wyedukowani
were educated
nowych
on postgraduate programs in
szeroko
broadly understood
przestrzennego.
spatial planning.
Sam jestem również
myself,
więc
I am a student of these and participant of the program, and I confirm,
w tym okresie
even though it was
kroczyliśmy wówczas
it was connected in a very specific period like pandemic, and
przenieść
planned classes and lectures were
szeroko rozumianego internetu,
were
bywało
online.
jakość
The quality of the program and the knowledge passed both by
zauważane nie tylko
highly qualified professors,
i również za granicą autorytety.
not only on a national level, but also abroad,
Wiedza teoretyczna, jak również
and theoretical,
z praktyków.
as well as those the knowledge passed by practical.
Która jest
Thanks to Professor Maciejewski as a coordinator
Politechnik,
from the Warsaw Technical University,
dziekan gospodarki przestrzennej przyrodniczych
who have been
warszawskie.
a dean of one of the units
Tak jak już
of the Warsaw Technical University. Besides the equipment and postgraduate program,
specjalistyczne szkolenie
as well as specialist trainings in terms of software, specialist software and cooperation.
To
Moreover, the project assumed that all the partners, all the municipalities could
dać
use the
prawdziwego
support, real expert support, not on a municipal level, but on the level of selected
z obowiązującymi zasadami w projektach.
tenders. We had to select experts, and such were designated. They were
Urbanistów polskich,
the Association of Urban Planners of Poland and representatives from the Technical University of Rzeszów. So the scope and the fields were the architecture and spatial planning,
historii sztuki,
history of art, preservation of monuments, environmental protection. As I mentioned, Rzeszów
w zakresie szeroko rozumianego transportu i komunikacji.
and Rzeszów Technical University representatives conducted training on communication,
Programu
confirming the stipulations of the program, knowledge, education and development, the expert support from the local municipalities on the works on respective documents, planning documents.
Nad dokumentami planistycznymi
On the urban planning documents, most of these
korzystało
experts
przy
advise
studium
were used by the city of Rzeszów when drawing studies, but also in terms of
miejscowych planach zagospodarowania przestrzennego.
local urban planning documents and city of Winesud.
Tak pokrótce, tylko
Very briefly,
wracając do
coming back to the topic of the expert team, which has been working,
i plany na przyszłość mamy
and
wypracować dalej.
what future holds is that we will continue to work on the spatial planning. As I mentioned before, despite the fact that the planning assumed the partnership, the heads of all of our municipalities, local government units, took a gentleman's agreement on the joint cooperation, even though everyone is responsible for their own municipalities within the borders. We focused here on so-called
Strategii przestrzennej.
spatial strategy developed
Bank Światowy
by the World Bank. It was aided by the World Bank, which helped us develop the analysis, very specific analysis. It was delineated in the document. I have to say the document helped us greatly when local strategy.
opracowania strategii.
We are finishing drawing up the document, assuming all the 15 units of the Rzeszów functional area. I will say we are obligated to, according to the bill, as part the voivodeship urban planning functional area. Our heads took this decision 2 years ago. The bill stipulations allow us to contain within our borders. We went supranational. These documents helped us greatly and contributed to use these diagnosis and analysis. As has been said before, the expert team, which was formed as part of the team, carries out its tasks based on
w strukturach stowarzyszenia obszarów
being summoned as part of the expert
przedstawić
team.
każdego z partnerów i
And it was, as you can see in the slide, it is a supra-regional planning committee.
Są opiniowane
So at all the meetings, we provide opinion on the planning efforts from individual partners. We engage in the exchange of
problemów,
comments. We also discuss various problems
również możliwość
and issues on the way. And we also looking to solve problems
problemy.
if they appear to be similar.
Już
Right, as I said before,
nie rozciągać w czasie,
very briefly,
opiniuje
the team provides opinions on various documents.
doradczy,
It is an advisory body, if you like.
tak jak już wspomniałem,
And as I said before,
nie jest to nigdzie sformalizowane.
well, this has not been formalized in terms of
Wszystko
legislative act.
dobrowolne
All this is voluntary
naszych samorządów. Tak więc jest to
and developed by all our municipal
temat
governments. So it's based on goodwill
pod kątem szeroko rozumianego
and basically
przestrzennego.
this has to do with broad approach to spatial planning.
Żeby nie przedłużać,
Now, without much ado,
również, szanowni państwo, tak jak ze studiami i działaniami w tym projekcie,
as it is always the case
kiedy musieliśmy
with such projects, well,
stacjonarnych przejść na
we had to go remote. We didn't have a chance to meet on the face-to-face basis, but still we were able to deliver on project objectives.
sprzętowi również
Thanks to the remote devices we purchased, we were able to
w sposób.
continue our work. We had 42 meetings, and overall we provided opinion on 77 planning documents.
Zgodności, choć
We checked for compliance
jeszcze aktualnie
of the studies against our spatial planning strategy,
tworzonych dokumentów,
as well as newly created documents, local spatial plans. Again, checking for compliance and alignment with our strategy.
Szanowni państwo,
Now, what are our plans for the future? We
działania
will certainly continue
zespołu eksperckiego
for the expert team to work.
planujemy zgodnie z
We want to continue
okresu trwałości, ale również
developing our tasks and objectives within the remit of the financial instrument, but we are also planning to work under the new updated law,
od
because there are certain new requirements whereby the municipalities are to come up with master plans.
obecną zapisy przewidują
Well, for the time being,
1 stycznia 26 roku, tak jak tu pan
we will only be obliged to do so starting from the 1st of January 2026.
jakieś zapisy
Having said that,
możliwości,
come Friday,
a więc
an extension of 2 years was proposed.
ze względu na to, czy
Having said that,
okres ma
whenever we have a bit more time
partnerami,
or not,
ma jeszcze 2 lata, czy będzie
whether we still have 2 years or 4 years,
no wszystko przed nami pod kątem
we are looking ahead in the future and we want to come up with good foundations for the development of master plans.
nasza strategia
As I said before, our supra-local strategy
sobie posiada wszystkie
will contain all the provisions required by the law
całego obszaru.
and will be coherent about the functional area.
Pomysłem naszym na
But our idea or our
projektów
concept for the continuation of similar
rozumianym
projects related to spatial planning
chociażby
has to do
aplikowania
with the possibility
planu odbudowy
to have money allocated under the National Recovery Plan. And we will be seeking some help and support from the Ministry of National Development and Technology, because under the current recruitment,
do beneficjentów
the project is only open to 2 beneficiaries, namely universities
edukacji,
for educational purposes
jednostki samorządu terytorialnego,
and
również
to
JST, jak
local governments units as direct beneficiaries under the program. Having said that, we will be applying to the ministry,
na razie jest nasza wizja, ponieważ
at least we intend to do so,
dyskutowane na
because we have not yet discussed it
na
among ourselves, but at the next meeting of delegates, we will be speaking about the possibility to apply to the ministry
kolokwialnie powiem, idziemy w to.
for extending the applicability of the program.
Bardzo dobrym
Well, it turns out that it might be a very good solution,
kątem formalnym, jeżeli będą tak.
provided that it is feasible formally. So it might be a good solution to allow associations of local governments or municipal associations to become eligible beneficiaries under the program.
Taką możliwość, żeby aplikować
Maybe we will be able to apply on behalf of our municipalities and take part in the recruitment.
zdecydowanej większości, która by chciała,
I think
żeby
most of them would be very willing to apply.
działanie
And in such a way, we will be the ones to coordinate such actions so that we can have a joint
plan
spatial policy while developing master plans for our partners.
to
And so,
byłoby znakomity
this would be
kontynuacją
a great continuation
projektu.
of the project we have now. And so,
Podsumowując, wydaje mi się,
in conclusions, let me say that the project had a positive impact
że wspólnych projektów,
on us joining our common problems in planning.
czym się chwalić i
So there is a number of things that we can be proud of
obszary
and even translate into other functional areas.
Państwu powiedzieć. Z innej strony również
Allow me to say
w sieci
that we are also part
zwanych ZIT-ów
of the ZIT network, which is the integrated network, where other functional areas in Poland, as soon as they learned about our project, they have already expressed their interest in collaborating with us and cooperating with the World Bank for sure.
serdecznie
So, thank you very much for your kind attention,
miłego.
and I hope you have a good afternoon.
Dziękuję bardzo pani.
Very much to Mr. Kosiarski.
To nie będzie praktyką, że jeżeli ktoś o minutę czy dwie przecinie, to ja nie będę zadawał pytań.
It's not common practice that I'm refraining from asking questions if you don't make it on time. Well, you never showed us the picture of the expert team. What was it like? Was it more of a coffee meeting or rather a boxing ring? Unfortunately, there's no microphone to the speaker.
Merytorycznymi wypowiedziami.
Use the microphone, otherwise interpreters can't translate.
Ja myślę, że mam taki głos, że mnie słychać nawet bez mikrofonu.
No microphone to the speaker, there's no translation.
Merytoryczne podpowiedzi i wymiana
It was very professional. It was about the exchange of experience
przedstawicieli jednostek samorządu.
Dziękuję bardzo.
and building good practice. Thank you very much.
Przechodzimy
And now
do konfrontacji
we will move on to
projektu.
speaking to other partners of the project. We will be speaking about the collaboration, and we will first hear from Madame Barbara Bujdak, who's the head of the Rzeszów City Development Bureau, and Mr. Remigiusz Wzorek, who is the secretary of Głogów Małopolskie Municipality. Thank you very much. On behalf of the mayor of the city of Rzeszów and on behalf of the Rzeszów City Development Office, I'd like to thank you for allowing us to take part in this most inspiring and very helpful project.
Było naprawdę
And I will
bardzo
try to demonstrate why was it so important for us, for the Rzeszów City Development Office. It was great for us to meet so many professional experts,
również, że aspekt, że tak powiem, towarzyski
and then we also got to know each other as human beings, which is
tym państwu,
important too. That is why allow me to thank everybody who has been part of the project. Thank you all.
od państwa.
Thank you for all that we have
Ja jeszcze
learned from you. Before I kick off with my presentation, I'd like to
ja
reply to our moderator's question.
przed zespołem
I had the pleasure to make a presentation of the study in front of the team of experts, and I was really consumed by stage fright. I was part of the work, but I was still very, very stressed out. So indeed, it's a professional team of experts, and you must be ready to face up to some difficult questions, because they certainly know their business well. Right. Allow me to start with my home slide and allow me to make an amendment already. It's the ROF, Rzeszów Functional Area Spatial Strategy, joint vision, joint planning, joint benefits. Joint planning is missing from the slide, but it was certainly not missing from our vision.
Dobrze. Proszę Państwa, chciałabym bardzo pokrótce
przedstawić. So let me walk you very briefly through the history of us developing two documents. As you can see, we worked together on the same axis of time, and these two documents were being developed simultaneously. We were able to use inspiration from the experts of the World Bank,
To bardzo serdecznie dziękuję.
for which we are very grateful.
Niedawno z zespołem rozmawiałam
I did speak to the team recently, and I told them, look, who came up with this blue axis or blue-green axis? Was it us or them? I asked.
To świadczy o tym, a w końcu
And that goes on to demonstrate
skończyliśmy tego projektu. Chcę
that
powiedzieć przez tę dykteryjkę to, że te dwa projekty
these two projects and the work on these two projects
mocno się sprzęgły.
were coming together and were interlinked. We worked simultaneously, we worked in the same period of time, and this was exceptional time, mind you. We were experiencing lockdown, we had to wear masks, and we were only communicating via Zoom or Teams. But I think we made it, really.
Już teraz dokumentem, o którym,
The first document that I'm referring to
że tak powiem, skróciłam tę nazwę, Strategia Przestrzenna ROF.
is called SP-ROF, which is Rzeszów Functional Area Spatial Strategy. And then the second document was this study after 23 years, the first after 23 years.
Byliście świadkiem.
I'm sure you remember how intense the social consultation part was.
Tak naprawdę to mówimy o dwóch projektach, o 2%.
We basically worked on two procedures, two projects, and two public discussions. One included 800 participants, and the other included 400 participants.
To, co
Right.
niezwykle też połączyło i już
What combined us and what made us very happy about these two documents was the fact
bardzo taka poważna, bardzo bogata baza danych.
that it helped developing a very solid database supported by the statistics
przez ekspertów, ale my
input.
i tutaj upominam się, żeby pan również powiedział, że
I think we will hear more about our experts from that, and I hope you can say that we were also inspiring you as you were inspiring us. I mean, we gave some local content, and I hope you appreciated that. Both in the bureau, in the office, and in the Rzeszów functional area, we created very solid database, updated solid database, and we will do our
tutaj ludzie,
utmost
żeby nie zaprzepaścić
not to lose out on this fantastic potential that this analytical data brings.
I tutaj, proszę państwa, w zasadzie mignięcia
Just a few snapshots of various types of spatial analysis, of different aspects of spatial planning,
przestrzeni,
spatial management.
środowisko przyrodnicze,
Here you see the natural environment
powiem, infrastrukturę
and
zielono-błękitną, oś miasta.
the green and blue axis of the city and of Rzeszów functional area.
Z tej osi
We use this blue and green or green and blue axis
przestrzeń publiczną, ale ponieważ przeszła
as a point of departure for our spatial planning, and
była z tejże
after the reform we are no longer referring to it as the public area, But
Proszę Państwa,
well,
również
that's the way it is.
wiadomo,
Okay, we also analyze transportation,
nerwowy, bardzo różnie się o tym
which is the very basic backbone of any city development efforts. Here,
i przebiegały.
we looked at the structure of roads, whether there is enough communication, because sometimes when you are only looking at your own local picture, you fail to see the bigger picture. And the networks of road have to take us locally, but also outside of our areas.
Infrastruktury technicznej,
And then technical infrastructure.
że bardzo ważne jest rozeznanie. Ja tylko powiem, że aglomeracja ściekowa
Allow me to say that we looked at the wastewater infrastructure.
Biuro Rozwoju prezydent zlecił nam
Now,
wykonanie.
within the Rzeszów City Development Bureau,
Po raz drugi robiliśmy
we were reviewing the wastewater
Rzeszów, ale tu
infrastructure within the agglomeration of Rzeszów, City of Rzeszów, and 3 other municipalities.
mając tę bazę
So, with the use of the database, we were able to support
bynajmniej się nie chwalę.
other municipalities in their efforts.
Rekomendacje do polityki przestrzennej.
This shows you recommendations to our spatial planning within the Rzeszów functional area and within the study for the city of Rzeszów.
Ale to bardzo tożsame i daje
They are very similar,
to wynik prac,
and this is the
ganie,
result of our work. It's not that we copied one from another,
że kiedy
but the very fact that these two projects are so similar demonstrate
zadanie przez
how many common points are there, and so the conclusions and outcomes are very similar.
jedźmy dalej. Proszę Państwa, i model. Już tutaj
Now, this is the development model. You have seen it before.
dwa modele
Allow me just to
i pomimo tego
compare two development models on this slide. Although there is a difference of scale,
ekran komputera,
then if you look closely into it,
one są
you will see
tożsame,
that they are equivalent. They are identical,
centralne jakimś
because the city of Rzeszów, the central
to mówię, ponieważ
unit,
prezydent i władze miasta mają świadomość, że bycie miasta
as governed by the mayor,
bratem tym dużym
understands that they are the big brother of the smaller municipalities,
płacza, a wręcz
but they must not be patronizing.
może to za górnolotnie misyjność.
We feel that it's our mission
Miastem
as the city of Rzeszów to help out the neighboring municipalities. We feel this is a burden of duty that we have to perform.
że pan nadchodzi. Proszę Państwa,
I can see the moderator coming close to me to demonstrate that I only have 2 minutes left, so very briefly,
było bardzo
Our
osobiste działanie.
joint effort had to do with a lot of personal determination. Our employees at the level of municipality did analyze what is it that it's most important for them, where is it that they want to develop themselves, both in economic terms and elsewhere. So it was based on the thorough review of these individual needs. We started off with a big picture and big group of tasks and objectives, and then we narrowed it down through collaboration.
Wdrażanie polityki
Implementation of spatial planning,
właśnie to
a policy, I did walk you through this before.
i przez całe studium
Throughout the study,
przestrzeń publiczną dla
we marked the public area for the whole
dopływu strugu.
river basin of Wisłoka and its itinerary Strug. So that's very important when you look at the spatial development, not only for Rzeszów population and not only for work, but also for recreation. Now, these are all the plans that were discussed by our experts team.
I proszę Państwa, przepraszam, to jeszcze się cofnę, partycypacja
Now, social participation, as I said before,
ciężka,
this was
trudna,
hard
bardzo efektywna,
and long work that gave us a lot of insight into the social content.
mimo zachowania bardzo daleko.
I venture to say that we had put a lot of due diligence into the social participation. We even kicked out before the City Council decided back in 2020 to adopt a resolution initiating the social participation. We started even beforehand.
Rozmawiajmy o studium.
Called it Let's Talk About a Study. The designers, the engineers, the study planners worked
W takim,
in their urban lab
gdzie
through the entire month of July, and for 10 hours per day they were
studium.
coming up with conclusions and comments and outcomes of the study. During the comments part, we consulted over 1,000 people who've come or called or mailed us with their comments.
Ludzie pytali.
What was the most frequent question asked by the local population? I'm sure you know what you asked because you were part of it. You were asking about your own plot of land.
I proszę Państwa,
What is going to happen to my plot of land?
podobna sytuacja, oby
And I'm-
tym prorokiem, nie będę
And I feel
ale
that it may also be the case,
boję się, że ta sytuacja
although I would rather not have it, but I'm pretty afraid that the same story that we saw in Rzeszów would happen elsewhere.
właścicielstwa
Because it is the owners that feel they have this
nam absolutnie
right
interes
to
wspólny.
do whatever they can and never work for the common good. I hope that the social participation will not be that severe for the master plan. So what I'm trying to say that we need to have a big picture in mind.
To są te przesłanki
Now here
z dwóch dokumentów.
you can see the most important mottos coming from the two documents. Well, see, we never consulted the mottos together and we came up with similar leitmotifs. Rzeszów as a city where there is a good quality of living, and then the other one, quality of living for the population comes through well-planned space. And all this boils down to good investment projects across the Rzeszów functional area. Thank you very much. That takes me to the end of my presentation. Well, you spoke about the city of Rzeszów and you stole some time from the Głogów Małopolski municipality. Let me offer the floor to Mr. Remigiusz Wzorek.
W którą stronę ten Rzeszów będzie się
So tell me please, which direction would Rzeszów develop? Up, down, north, east? Can't tell you, won't catch me. Thank you very much.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Ladies and gentlemen, Madam Director, we always complement each other in these areas. But when it comes to our experiences
Szanowni Państwo,
of Głogów Małopolski municipality, the challenge of the urban planning, the challenges
wizja
and the vision of the future of the municipality and the development for the coming years and decades. We joined the project as part of the association of Rzeszów functional area. Director mentioned that 9 million zlotys for the municipality of Głogów. So qualified cost is of the 9,400,000, but they touch upon very valid areas of the spatial planning policy
rozwoju naszej
of our municipality. Ladies and gentlemen, when joining the project, the municipality, when it comes to covering of the spatial planning, it was 8%, excluding the forestry, which there are 34% is covered by forest, but Mr. Mayor raises the bar very high in terms of participating in the project to get some kind of funding and gaining added value from the realization of the project. And it was already been mentioned, so several projects when it comes to our planning, we have 6.
Tutaj Państwu chcę pokazać.
I will try to show you where we focused, on which areas we focused to balance the development of the municipality through the planning documents on the area of Głogów Małopolski. As part of the cooperation with the experts of the World Bank, we received immense amount of data, which was mentioned by Madam Director, which allowed us to delineate the most important areas of strategic development of the municipality when it comes to areas connected with the services manufacturing. We focused on in terms of communication, public transport, it is very well developed. When we talk about the motorway on the road from Rzeszów to Głogów, National Road number 9, and the road to the airport, and the road that is the next stage of the that is being built between the roads and Rzeszów north and west. But we focused on them when it comes to development of services and manufacturing, so as to provide the capability for the municipality new areas for the investors, for future investments. And today we know that we have achieved our goals, because now the investors are very much advanced in terms of preparing documents, preparing the investments in these areas. Here we have pointed very closely at the turn of road number 9, where companies are already planning new investments, as well as on the south side of the motorway, where potential investors are holding talks with us on possible investments. We have not forgotten about the areas on the other side. They are not implemented. This document is not realized as part of the strategy, but it constitutes one coherent document, because it's worth conducting additional documents to achieve synergy and make them accessible to possible investors in a relatively the same time to invest their money, their finances. So these are areas closer to the center of Głogów, in the center of the heart of the area, sewerage waste time center. We think that these are also perfect for production and services for potential investors, and this was also indicated in the analytical documents we received from the World Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, when planning the development of the municipality, having a lot of conceptions and a lot of to plan, we need to think about the function of the municipality and the proximity of Rzeszów, which way Rzeszów will develop. We think that north is that Rzeszów functional area will develop. I will come back to for a second to one of the slides. We thought that the territories of services and production, but they have to be also designed for residential areas, for residents, for new population that will settle in Rzeszów functional area. So it was already mentioned that although in the voivodeship the population decreased on the territory of ROF, so functional area, it has increased. So we thought that this area is perfect for residential area development. So Rogoźnica area has been designed as the one which has potential in terms of residence of spatial functions, as well as new real estate area. It's more than 600 hectares of the areas which after the consultation with the residents, we try to listen to the residents' expectations as part of the ongoing management. We think that this area is the most promising, in terms of residential potential. There are no major areas for providing service in terms of communication network, and which will serve the growing population of Głogów Małopolski in the subsequent area, which is a complement of the Zabajka real estate developing in Głogów Małopolski as a territory designed for residential areas to promote residing in Głogów Małopolski. These 6 big planning documents, which are being implemented in the municipality, is more than about 1,000 hectares, which will be more than 18% of the whole coverage of spatial planning. So the project will contribute to planning based on of construction plans, which has become a major master plan. So the local plans will allow us to build, to be designed for specific functions. More than 35% of the areas are forest. We have thus recreational areas cooperating with national forests, which will allow us to develop at an exponential level in the coming years. Ladies and gentlemen, as each project, every project, this has its challenges as well, and the benefits resulting from it. The main are education of staff and buying equipment, specialist equipment, allowing to better and in a more efficient way increasing the area of the municipality, covering with the local strategy planning. So creating a platform where we can present and receive feedback information from the residents. But platforms is one thing, but when we make consultations and changes and adopting the documents, the internet platform will not suffice. It complements the social participation program, but in our case, it's always being open to the residents as part of public consultations over local planning, but with local estate associations, where we wanted to hear their ideas and their plots of land, but because municipality has their own territories, it can decide what to do on them. But when we talk about spatial planning, we also creating them on the private areas, we encounter a different vision. We counter our vision with the one of the residents.
inwestycje, więc wysłuchanie ich
So listening to them and hearing them and understanding them was also very crucial in terms of the whole process of the spatial planning.
przyjęcie nowej strategii
Adopting a new strategy allowed us to delineate certain directions, but also there's a question of expert team mentioned before.
wskazywali jego rolę
The role cannot be
zespołu.
cannot be exaggerated.
W czasie pandemii
Of course, in times of pandemic, the meetings were a bit difficult, but we managed
chodzi o
in terms of the discussion of expert team.
jakie największe
What the biggest challenges were, the temporary budget we had at the beginning. It was supposed to conclude at the beginning of 2022. We thought that having a vast material presented by the World Bank and being able to, the documents could not be produced within time space. So this time space was greater than 1 year. So the possibility of extension of this period. So at this stage, we are now sending these documents to the local city council. We managed to, through our strategy and documents, planning strategies, to make it real in terms of spatial.
to, co wspomniałem również.
And what I also said about the expectations, the discrepancy between the expectations and what we could do according to analyst documents.
Natomiast mieszkańcy
But the residents
swoją wizję często
have their own vision in terms of spatial planning.
cenne,
Surely
tam gdzie są miejscowe plany,
where there are planning, the value of these areas is increasing.
cenna
So this is the added value, so to speak.
powoduje, że
So this makes
z mieszkańcami to miało
this made an important factor in this discussion, consultation with the public. So public roads are
się i w ogóle
always an infrastructure, technical infrastructure.
przemysłowych nie zawsze znajduje
Is not always seen as a sign, as a token of goodwill, where to put it. The residents wonder why it happens that it's built on their areas. So how the infrastructure largely impacts impacts the life of the residents. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for this possibility of being able to be here today, and for participating in the project. Definitely innovative in terms of spatial economy and spatial planning, which delineates the directions for the coming years when it comes of development of every municipality and every participant of the project. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary.
Jeszcze.
If I could...
Nie, bardzo krótkie pytanie.
I will have one brief question. So you mentioned 18%. Is there any time space where you, when you reach 66%? I think that the general master plan will make us produce these plans. We intensified works on the planning documents. Thank you ever so much. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will have a speaker presented by a partner of the project. But no, actually, this is a speech by the World Bank, which was not the partner, but was one of the
części, ale najważniejszych ogniw.
One of the most important links. Two specialists do I welcome, Mr. Grzegorz Wolszczak
Marcela
and Mr. Marcel Ladies and gentlemen, we'll split. I will have the first presentation, and Marcel will continue. Subsequently, we were responsible for implementing the project. I'm a specialist of all urban planning in the World Bank, and I was asked to say about spatial planning. Why functional area? So Mr. Director, and it was mentioned by Director Weiss, spatial planning happened in the functional area, and this is super important because you do realize these challenges that are ahead of us, ahead of you, exceed the borders of the municipalities. And the challenges are vast. We talk about climatic challenges, mobility, public services, but spatial planning is one of those areas where municipality working on its own will never achieve such results as cooperating with its neighbors. That is why, so the pressure and the accent on it is very important. So that's why I thank you very much for inviting us to the project to become. It was a huge adventure, very motivating, very interesting, and taught us a lot. I would like to say that the project and the idea to develop the strategy, the shared strategy, it was created before the supra-regional projects. So the heads of the municipality, you are the pioneers on the national level, but also pioneers, but on the national, on the European level. Marcel will give us some examples from this project that were transplanted onto other projects that we are currently working on. Thank you. I congratulate you immensely for the voivodeship and for you, as heads of local government, for the ambitious attitude towards taking that ambitiously. Thank you ever so much for inviting us to the project. We think that Podkarpacie, whatever Podkarpacie touches upon, it changes into gold. When we started with catch-up regions, we dealt only with 2 regions. Now we have 10. We have a copy of that in Slovakia. We work grassroots initiative with the regions. When it comes to, we also work with the Baltic areas. It has an immense popularity outside Poland. We should come here more often. You will throw ideas at us, and you'll provide your input, and we'll change it into something positive.
I jeszcze może jedno słowo.
And one more word of thank you. There are many words of gratitude. Dr. Weiss and his team, great cooperation. Mr. Witold and Marek, thank you ever so much. It wasn't easy, but we delivered a great product. The Rzeszów functional area expert team, so Joanna and directors, and also for Justyna Rogus. Thank you to all the municipalities. You've put a lot of effort into that. Thank you very much for the development bureau of the city of Rzeszów. Thank you very much, Madam Director. Coming to the point, after all these presentations that were delivered, I should skip 60% of the slides that I have to present. The vision of the planning strategy of Rzeszów functional area boils down to people. When people are happy with the place, it will contribute to creating investment. So please think about it. Spatial planning are not created for the sake of nice maps, but for the good quality of life for the people. We will skip the goals because they have already been mentioned, but there are three commentaries at the start. Some of them have already been mentioned.
Proces przygotowania
But the process of preparing the strategy is a process. We spoke during the coffee break. So the plan is only 20%, but the rest is 80%. So
rozmawiać o tej przestrzeni, uzgadniać.
the very fact that you started talking about it.
To proste, ale to te 13, 14 czy 15
So the
kreska tam powinna
13, if you reach a joint agreement, that's what is of essence.
to jest tylko rezultat długiego procesu.
So indeed, it's always a result of a long-term process. So I'm very grateful that you have been part of the process and that we were able to come up with all these analyses
Tak naprawdę
that have then made it to our spatial strategy. Okay, and perhaps the last point on the slide.
ta strategia,
The strategy.
my w banku
Well, let me reformulate. In the World Bank, we are always thrilled to have so many analyses. Give us the data, we will have 5 reports written, we will process it, and so on. But basically here, what's very cool is that we are not only based on data, but also on the municipal preferences and individual terms and conditions. Okay, let me walk you through the main outcomes.
też może w nawiązaniu do dyrektora Gilla.
As Mr. Gill has said, we were working with 4 powiats and really parts thereof, not really the entire powiats.
I włożenie tego w nowy
So again, we are putting it to a new model of Rzeszów functional area. We had 13 municipalities, some 400,000 people and thousands of square kilometers. Now in this slide,
myśleć o przestrzeni.
you may want to understand why we decided to think spatial planning. This shows you plots of land with various build-up. So red is build-up area, white no build-up. As you can see, well, it's a bit of a chaos.
I to jest tak naprawdę problem dla ROF-u.
And it is a problem for the future of the Rzeszów functional area, but you shouldn't be worried because this is something we can master. Very similar analyses of functional areas happen across the board, all across the country. Say
Ciągnąć szprychę od Warszawy czy od
you try to take a road from Baranów, Rzeszów to Warsaw, and how do you come up with a structure that will allow the road to be straight without too much curves and bends? Indeed, these are functional elements that may hinder the entire development in the future. That's why we want to make sure that we have orchestrated actions for the spatial development. Maybe I can move on to specific outcomes. We have helped you with some 100 maps like that. They are part of the strategy.
zmieścić w tej prezentacji.
So obviously I'm not going to show all the maps to you, but let me just give you a snapshot perhaps.
Taką mapę
In this slide, you see a map showing you development restrictions, limitations, such as walls, protected areas, flat areas,
obszary strategicznego
but also strategic development areas,
i one są zaznaczone
which are marked
po prawej stronie państwa
with a color code.
takie bardziej kolorowe
These
kwadraty,
colorful
kółka
structures,
fioletowe,
orange, purple,
taki ciąg błękitno
and then blue and green, green and blue that we have already mentioned. This is indeed the key element that was an outcome of the strategy.
i analizy
And then, through the analytical work,
i powstały
we were able to randomize it to 3 models.
nie nazywajmy tego tak jak ustawa mówi o rozwoju ponadlokalnym, ale powiedzmy trzy
Say
rozwojowe,
3 development models or 3 development visions.
w trzech ujęciach.
Or maybe 1 development vision in 3 takes, if you like, for the entire functional area. Okay, I will kick off with structure, with main
Obszary urbanistyczne główne,
urban areas, cities, towns,
lokalne centra urbanistyczne,
local urban centers,
Tą oś oczywiście.
Then the axis, this green and blue and grey axis is located there along with main transportation hubs. Here,
Mapa, czy drugi schemat,
the second take
te obszary strategiczne
has to do with strategic areas
w ramach
that we have agreed together in the course of the discussion. When we first started this project, we asked the individual municipalities about your strategic areas, and we had some 200 of them. You realize that 200 strategic areas, well, no good.
one strategiczne.
You cannot be very strategic with 200 different elements. That's why we engage in numerous workshops, discussion, analytical work, and we were able to narrow it down to a short list of strategic areas. Those dots, circles rather, show you the sizes of individual plots of land. Colors would give you an insight into the functions. Red, for instance,
Powiedzmy przemysł,
is industry, production,
wzdłuż głównego korytarza transportowego,
along the main transportation corridor.
porządkowania.
Yellow is the center, creation,
Mamy bardzo ważną
and then we also had a very important
wzdłuż Wisłoka
blue and green axis along the main river, Wisłoka,
publicznej.
and its itineraries.
Teraz ostatni,
And then
który też dla nas z naszej perspektywy jako banku jest też
third aspect, or the third take, has to do with something we focus a lot on, namely the environment.
korytarzami ekologicznymi.
We call them environmental friendly or ecological corridors. As you can see, they are located along the main axis of the river basin
Rzeczywiście przez te,
and its estuaries, and then through main woods
też co jest
to the south and to the north.
pomarańczowe
You
elementy
can see these orange elements demonstrating
korytarzy
the locations of this environmental corridors being broken or at the risk of being broken. So this may be a signal
na poziomie gmin.
for us to start thinking about the way those corridors should be continued or renewed for that matter.
Przykład
Now, a number of examples of various analyses. We have over 100 analyses.
one były super.
Mind you, they were very, very detailed. They were very precise. And I'm very happy to see in previous presentations, as we heard from Mr. Gill or from Mr. Wzorek, that they have put a lot of work into it. You have undertaken a lot of effort to come up with spatial planning for the Rzeszów functional area. And you are being rewarded for that because you now have access to fantastic, very precise analyses. If you need anything, you will actually be able to gain all the data insight from the strategic input that we have worked on together. So you are now able to work on that
przy własnych planach ogólnych.
and use it for your own plans, be it master plans or other plans as well. As we heard from Mr. Kosiarski, this can also be used for the local planning. For us, that's a great reward, and we are very happy to share this work with you. This was basically the overarching umbrella objective, that this data, this analytical work, should not be shelved, but can continue to live. So these are the single factor analytical works. As you can see, they're very varied. Flood areas, quality of soil, ownership structure,
Dużo z tych analiz było
and many of them were based on the structure of ownership of the plots of land. So very detailed and very down to the detailed level. So again, looking at spatial planning process, we view it as a long-term process.
udało nam zgodzić.
Well, obviously, we were not able to agree on everything. There was some conflicts, there were some tensions, so some analyses
Stopniu generalności.
were made on a more general level because we were not always able to granulate it down to a more precise level, as I say. However, the analysis, I say, are very specific, very detailed, very precise, and they are for up to grab to use it later. So here are the development restrictions, which I have already mentioned: flood areas, landfill risk, good quality soil, poor quality soil. Then you've got transportation analyses showing you the shortest distances or shortest connection routes. So again, quite an interesting picture of which area of infrastructure would suffer the hardest burden if this infrastructure is developed, as we heard from other speakers, from Madame Pujdak, for instance. We, for instance, get such kind of data as water access. Now, if you can see this dark blue, it means you've got water at your own plot of land. Lighter blue, there is water inlet in the close neighborhood up to 50 meters, and so on and so on. So this is the analytical work for water, sewage, but also, of course, you can use it to check which plot of land does have access to water intake, water sewage, and other types of utilities. Again, this is a great piece of information, providing you with insight into where a given investment project is worth located.
Zazwyczaj to jest powiedziane,
So
95% gminy.
you may have data at the level of statistics, but with this map you are actually able to pinpoint it down to the level of a plot of land. Another important analysis that Marcel is going to refer to is the analysis of the potential of a given land for future development. So this is master data, if you like, whereby we can have an index of plots of land that would have the highest potential for future development. With this analysis, we are comparing all the plots of lands and presenting an index, a ranking, if you like, of how useful these plots of lands are for developing them into different functions. In this way, you will simply have a statistical, mathematical analysis showing you the biggest value of individual plots of land for a given function. Here, for instance, you're looking at the industrial or production function, and we have a number of functions that we looked at. This will give you an insight into which plot of land within the Rzeszów functional area, and mind you, we had thousands of those plots of lands analyzed, so which plot of land would serve your purpose the best. With this, you can view the area of Rzeszów functional area from a broader perspective. This is a very popular analysis in terms of a type, both in Poland but also abroad. A great tool and a cool example of spatial planning made easy while it is also based on the hard data. You can then use it in your cooperation with developers or local population to discuss spatial development. We also heard from Mr. Gill
tych obszarów strategicznych, które się
that we can have an estimate of those shortlisted areas
obszarami strategicznymi.
And have a look at the budget.
Mieliśmy takie przeliczenie.
So we did our maths. What would be the cost for these areas to develop? How much would that cost us to develop these areas, both through external costs, for instance, building a road from scratch or getting utility there, but we also looked at internal costs. How much would that cost to develop the existing road network of roads? So, well, this is an estimate. It's a pilot, if you like, but as compared to the budget estimate of your investment budget within the municipality, now comparing to the budget, it is a great piece of information because you would be able to know, I'm gonna need this and this amount of money, but in my investment budget, I only have 1/10 of it earmarked. And then you may want to reconsider your investment priorities, or you may want to reconsider your budget. So it is a simple tool, but very useful. And the last thing I'd like to mention to you is this green and blue infrastructure. And again, what you saw beforehand, you had those little lines and then dots and squares and green and blue as well as yellow line. All this is based on a very detailed stream of analyses that we performed in the course of the year. So this was the bird's eye view, the satellite picture showing you the areas under Rzeszów functional area with main greens and blues. We looked at Google Maps, we looked at the green infrastructure, whether it continues or whether there are some gaps and blank spaces. We looked at built-up areas marked in brown brown here. And we looked at the interaction between the built-up area and non-built-up area. And we looked at the environmental corridors that could be part of the Rzeszów functional area. And we also looked at the areas which needed more intervention. So this is an analytical work for access to green area. Orange and red shows that it is more or less 45 in terms of walk-in access for a person walking. Now, green would mean that it's 5 or 10 minutes, no more than that, if you want to walk in there. So for pedestrians and for people who do not want to use any vehicles. So this is the accessibility of green areas. That's the status quo. In our consultation, you mentioned these are important areas for recreational reasons, for the green and blue infrastructure. So this is the way it would look like have we followed on our recommendations. So again, a very cool analytical tool that would show you what needs to be done to increase walk-in accessibility in these strategic areas. Again, showing you the network of population. So how many people are there? How many people would this change impact? How many people would be able to benefit from this new approach and from your implementation of the strategic areas? And just to conclude on my part, what is the value added for municipalities? We did discuss that. For me, the take-home message here is that it's great that you are actually using these analyses and that you can also make use of them in your spatial planning efforts. Another value added is that you get to talk one to another. It's so important for us, so we're very glad to see that happening. And for the local population, again, there is a lot of benefits drawing from this strategy. I mean, they simply know what's going to happen. And I know what's going to happen in my neighborhood, in my municipality. I know the priorities for the future development of my own space. But maybe it is also a place for reflection. What would happen if we make the built-up area more coherent? Maybe we would have better access to urban transportation. Maybe there will be more school. Maybe we will pay less for water and waste. So there is a number of benefits that can be drawn from this project and from this approach. Mr. Weiss did speak about the history of the project, but maybe a few words about the role of the World Bank. First of all, thank you very much for inviting us to this project. We were just a helping hand, a consultancy really, but without your contribution, without your hard data, we would never be able to provide you with good work. So chapeau bas again. Thank you to the city of Rzeszów for giving us fantastic database on your infrastructure, namely wastewater, water input, and this is something that was available at the central level, but the granulation was much better from the city of Rzeszów. You've got fantastic database. You have all the local knowledge. We come with global approach, offering you technical support. We also moderated the meetings, which was not that easy during the online times, but lessons learned. We've also helped you out in defining the development directions and the recommendations in your strategy. If you're interested, of course, I could talk and talk about these analyses. We're very open to you. Thank you for the time being. May I now give the floor over to Marcel Ionescu-Heroi, who's gonna offer you a broader perspective about spatial planning and the way it's done elsewhere.
Chce pan uciec od pytań.
You are moving away from questions, but I have a question, sir. You are a banker, aren't you? 1,800 million euro? I think you've got it. You've got the credit facility ready. I came by train. I don't have a big bag on me, but we're ready if you're ready to talk. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for the invitation. Let me ask first, how much time do I have to disposal? I can move as quickly as needed. Okay. 5 minutes? 15? Okay. It was fantastic to be part of all the presentations earlier. Really fantastic to see the project come full circle. I remember we were talking to Pavel in 2017. I remember Pavel mentioned the inception of the Catching Up Regions initiative. Few people know that initially it was called Lagging Regions initiatives. And we came to Podkarpackiego, to Rzeszów, and we were looking what's lagging here. And the initiative was renamed, courtesy of Greg, to Catching Up Regions. I was very happy when I landed last night to see how much the Rzeszów functional urban area has developed since I last been. Sort of like coming from the airport, there was lots of new buildings being developed. We went last night for Jurek and Schmalec, lots of Schmalec, as you can see. And then all around us, we heard different languages being spoken. So it's really, really exciting to see Podkarpackiego and the Rzeszów functional urban area develop so fast in such a short time. Actually, it's shown by the numbers of the European Commission as well. What I want to discuss about today is the fact that while you were working on the spatial strategy for the Rzeszów functional urban area, we've been busy exporting the pilot, the innovative model, like the first idea that was developed here throughout Europe. I will talk about the project that's still ongoing. European Commission, partly based on the work that we've done here in Podkarpackiego, asked us to do a pilot project on functional areas. We're currently working with 24 functional areas throughout the EU, with a focus on strengthening functional area approaches and with a view to the cohesion policy 2028-2034, when the Commission wants to have stronger focus on functional areas. And the good thing is, like sort of like in Podkarpackiego and Rzeszów, basically you are, let's say, ahead of the curve. Okay. I will go quickly through the, let's say, the genesis of the project. These are sort of the 12 functional areas that we do targeted support for. We modeled it on the Catching Up Regions initiative, where we asked, first we did a selection process, then we asked the functional areas to tell us what exactly they want us to focus on. And you'll be interested to see that almost all of the large functional urban areas wanted us to apply the land suitability analysis we first developed here in Rzeszów. We also have 12 functional areas that receive, let's say, lighter support. Rzeszów is one of them, where we focus on tools and approaches that we developed previously as an institution. Here we also applied the tool developed in Rzeszów. These are just some, again, things, some tools we have developed as part of a project. But I want to talk first and foremost about how we took an innovative approach we developed in Rzeszów and exported it in other places. Zagreb, which is part of a functional areas project, we did the land suitability analysis. And they were particularly interested, like if you see over here in that corner, how to use the land suitability analysis for social housing development. What you see over there, planners will know sort of like is different urbanism coefficients, how much of a land you occupy, how much, what's the height, the density you can develop. And then we basically told them that if you use, average urbanistic parameters, you can accommodate 4 million extra people in the Zagreb metropolitan area. Obviously, more than they can handle, but they're basically using this for their own planning purposes, and they've exported this model to 3 other cities in Croatia: Rijeka, Split, and Osijek. This is work that Greg has done with the team in Kalisko-Ostrovska. This is interesting because it sort of like focuses like this, like the spatial analysis done for conurbation, which is a different type of animal. As well, the methodology was requested by the Krakow metropolitan area, so it was applied in there as well. For like sake of time, we won't go into details here. Cluj, this is an interesting example because what you see on the far right is they actually paid the World Bank to help them with their strategic planning efforts. And they were requested the land suitability analysis. And then we went from the land suitability analysis to what you've done in Rzeszów. Basically, this is the master plan, exactly what you're trying to do at the national level, which is quite exciting. Master plan for the metropolitan area. And based on this master plan, because when we did the analysis, we sort of like found like what the corridors of development are for the metropolitan area. They planned two big investments. One is a metro system, which is currently under implementation, and the other one is similar to what you've done, the blue-green corridor at the metropolitan level. This is another example. This is from Brno, the secondary city in Czechia. Similarly, they wanted to use the land suitability analysis with a focus on housing, particularly social and affordable housing. Won't go into details because we don't have the time. This is another functional urban area. Oradea will be actually going next year. We're doing the GIS database now, but we will be discussing the results with county head, the president, so the powiat, the City Hall of Oradea, the metropolitan area, and the local development agency, the ones in charge of industrial and logistics parks. This is sort of like a veer towards from using the land suitability analysis for something quite different. We worked with 3 just transition regions, and you have just transition is a big topic in Poland as well. We use the land suitability analysis to look at plots of land that are suitable for solar panels, for wind farms, and then for afforestation, where you can plant new forests. These are the 3 just transition regions we worked with. The Ministry of Energy in Romania saw the analysis and they asked, can you scale it up for the whole country? And we said, sure, no problem. And this is basically the results, like where you plug in millions of data points and you get like an end result at the end. What's interesting to see, for example, solar, obviously you're not going to cover the whole country with solar panels, but if you would, the installed capacity would be somewhere around 18 million gigawatts. In a situation where Romania, the installed capacity is 16 gigawatts. So there's lots of potential to generate electricity, green electricity from solar alone. Obviously for wind, sort of a similar high capacity. Now, beyond the functional areas projects, we did individual work with different subnational authorities. It's interesting that they paid us to do this work, and they requested to do the approach that we used in Rzeszów. Just quickly, this is Constanța. Interesting in Constanța is that they use this methodology heavily. They went to Expo Real, the biggest trade fair in Europe, to discuss with developers. Also managed to attract one big investor, Hornbach. We also recommend that you go to Expo Real every year to sort of like sell basically the strategic development areas that you have and to mobilize private financing. They've managed to attract a big developer in this area over here for mixed-use development. They attracted big logistics company, Global Wharf, and then IKEA Logistics. And then we just recently found that for this area, it's like a big brownfield, they secured private investment of 880 million euros. Again, using sort of like this strategic analysis as a basis. In fact, the developer asked us for the analyses to secure financing from the banks. And that's basically, they use that information to get to secure bank financing for the big development. Similar analyses in the Brașov metropolitan area. And then here's interesting, this was ordered by the Cluj Powiat. This is done for 2 conurbations, Turda and Câmpia Turzii, and then Gherla and Dej. And what's interesting in this case, they've already managed to attract 3 major investments: pharmaceutical companies, auto parts, and then a logistics company. Again, using this as a basis. That was all from my side. We thank you again for having given us the opportunity, one, to develop all these ideas, and then two, for inviting us to for the event to see sort of like the project come full circle. Dziękuję bardzo.
Dziękuję bardzo. Thank you, Marcel.
Thank you ever so much.
Yes. It is possible.
Żurek is my favorite soup, so like Greg knows, like when I come to Poland, I have Żurek, so like last night we took...
You feel me? You feel me here in Poland?
Like whenever like we come, like we go, so like we have a tradition. I cannot say what the tradition is, but Żurek is part of it.
Thank you. Thank you. Proszę Państwa,
Gentlemen, I welcome the representative, the provider of the internet tool, the representative of EGAN, Polska Spółka Zona, the provider of a tool for the social consultation. If I do it quickly, there will be no question at the end. If you do it in 2 minutes, then no. A propos, Żurku, Bieszczady is a perfect place. I welcome you to visit Bieszczady and eat Żurek. I was wondering what else I could say, what hasn't been said so far, and not 60%, but 80% of my presentation already exploited. I would like to devote a few minutes to talk about my company, EGAN, if Director Vice will allow me. I will quote one of the sentences that appeared in your presentations that reflects what we are trying to do in public consultation in systems we provide, we deliver. The change of the model from compulsory to participatory. We would like to be friendly for you, for authorities who govern the process, to be quick, efficient, and easy to do, and to generate some kind of projects which will allow to analyze all the public consultation outcome, and the participants of the consultations who take part in them voice their opinions, and which will allow you to take best for all decisions. This is the main aim we carry out through our tools. We provide the solutions, electronic solutions, IT solutions, which allow to participate electronically in the consultations. We realize that we are only a small particle in the process, in the consultation process, but this is what we do on a daily basis. The law. I had everything. I have a lot to say. And the bill was changed in July. One of my predecessors mentioned that it's great that you implement the project there, and you fit perfectly, because the implementation of the IT system is coherent with the change in the bill. So the law has changed. So it was implemented in July. As far as I can tell, the bill changed, based on which that you have to conduct this public consultation. I will not go over that law because it's already been mentioned. I will tell about the most important elements from the point of view of our instrument, the tool, as part of the project. And the law changed not only in a substantial way, but also when it comes to carrying out the public consultations. So it aims at the largest possible group to take the floor, to be able to voice their opinions, to express their opinion, so that it contributes to creating something good for all. I do realize that, as been said by Mr. Secretary from Główny Małopolski, I do realize that it's very hard to conduct these because they concern me. A Mr. Smith, and I would ask myself why my plot of land is a part of some element and it should be impacted by some decision, because we do realize that dialogue is crucial, and because this tool allows us to make people more aware, that to see and very often understand. After meeting the head of my poet, I understood certain things, that there's a greater good. So Madam Director from Rzeszów mentioned missions. I do believe and I understand, and I do realize how difficult it is. Our tool is aimed at helping, but it won't do everything for you. It's important that to know that Polish law, that you can also conduct public consultations, but sometimes you have to do them. But the opinions expressed in the process can be taken into consideration, but they don't have to be. I'm slowly coming to an end with my presentation. It was supposed to be simple, but in IT system, they have to be. They cannot be compliant with this with the required standards. But we are supposed to create a tool where you can go into it and click and see what the plot of land looks like, and in terms of strategic planning, and express your opinion. The system allows to conduct several strategies simultaneously. So it turns on and off the different schemes, and when it comes to looking for the procedures according to some data within specified terms, you will be compliant with them. So making remarks, giving feedback, they have new form. But what is most important in terms of creating the law, in terms of change in the law in July, encouraging the public to voice their opinions, the number of tools provided to the public. What's been mentioned by Mr. Secretary from Głogów Małopolski, the part of the social consultations in Głogów Małopolski are also the meetings with the residents. So we as a company, we try to meet. It's not only about electronics, it's not about the service or the documents or a map, but also talking to people. All that matters at the end of the day. And it makes a greater sense. The system allows to collect remarks and feedback. You can log in, but you don't have to. We have a secure profile, but it's not necessarily to be used. Not everyone has one.
Myślę, że tak. To już koniec po prostu.
I was slowly coming to a conclusion. So this is what it's supposed to look like after logging in or before logging. So we select a planning procedure from one of the drop-down menu. If I, as a Mr. Smith, I want to say something important.
Jednoznacznie to stwierdzić. Mogę powiedzieć, czy
I can say if I want to voice my own individual opinion or for someone else, and I can say whatever I want to say, what it should like, what it should be changed, and my particular business was secured.
Forum komentarzy.
And forum of commentaries, it's a new functionality after changing of the bill. New tools should also be provided. So the forum, also kind of it's one of those most difficult forms of consultations, the public forum, and giving people a platform to speak. It will be difficult to moderate. You never know what people may come up with and what will end up with. But you can use this tool. But the bill also says about the surveys or geo-surveys. The stipulation in the law is the survey or geo-survey. There is you can conduct the consultation by means of using the survey, but the selection of the tool depends on the situation, on the context, and possible difficulties you will challenge. The screen that you will see very briefly, this is very hard to show all the creator. This is our IT tool. It's like clicking through the processes you will see in the system. So as I mentioned before, and there are and there's a number of procedures to your liking. Automating of listing, it's aimed at collecting the feedback, gathering the feedback, but also you take certain decisions based on them. It's good to have such a tool in place so that you do not have to read them individually. You can go through them, so it's granulated pretty nicely, and you can export to different formats that will be made available to your liking. You can also see one of those nice functionalities. You can use them for measure. You can print something out from the website, and we can also search planning strategies. But and we click. Number 13 is a magical number. It's a magic number. We are very glad that you used our tool, and we are glad. I am personally glad that I am a member of this meeting, because my predecessors mentioned it was very inspiring. I didn't think that it would be very, very inspiring, and thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you very much.
Panie ministrze, tak, 3 kroki do tyłu.
If you could take a 3 step back. I was wondering, the tool is so simple and intuitive that the number of remarks for the public consultation will increase exponentially. Have you thought about employing some kind of AI for it? Artificial intelligence will not be a good solution. So AI will not do here.
Proszę Państwa, zapraszam teraz przedstawicieli
I welcome the representatives of the representative of Market and Social Analysis Office Boris, Dr. Hubert Kotarski and Piotr Buczek,
zaprezentowanie
to present
dobrych praktyk.
Good Practice Manual. Can we have our presentation, please?
By się nawet podzieli jeszcze jednym mikrofonem.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for inviting us, for having us, and we are recommended to briefly present our manual of good practice. The manual was developed as part of the task number 4, so inclusion into the practice, implementing practice and disseminating good solutions. It is a pilot program, and its assumptions that to develop new to implement new solutions in FS as part of FS. And the third thing is to dissemination. So promoting good practices and implementing them in the mainstream of policy, public policy, and this was drove us to develop these in the first place. We apologize that the half of the slides will double, but we have not consulted this with our predecessors. But if we repeat that expert team is crucial, and the strategy is dialogue of critical importance. This is only for this dissemination purposes. According to detailed description of order subject, the very realization of the project is very important. This is of evaluative nature, so we were to analyze all the possible data in terms of whether or not the project we were able to carry out the project and to what extent. So it's 1/3 of the manual, and it's the more important because it can be as kind of example to write such a project undertaking in the future. So we included all the activities there and goals and tasks connected with our project risks, because we are aware that the realization of the project was connected with something beyond our powers, and since it is innovative, the risk was the risk increased, and is about sharing, cooperation, and the direct meeting was barely possible. So the realization is described in very detail. When it comes to the model description, this is the clue of the major part, the core of the major. These are the practices that are most important and of implementing the socialized model. Legal terms, they have changed over the period of implementing the project. We updated them to the changing bill, integrating of the, and based on the expert team, we also mentioned social participation and a catalog of good practice based on expert opinions. 2 or 3 types of experts, users of the strategies. So the leaders, marshal office, and local development office, as well as municipalities' offices, dealing with spatial planning and external experts. And here we organize a expert panel, and the conclusions from that and the quality analysis we will also find in this document. I will now. Hubert will take the floor.
Piotr powiedział takim.
This part, the part related to methodology, as Piotr said, an integral part of the manual was the part related to methodology, which we've done through the desk research, and we have come up with the input data, and we also analyzed a number of various desk research data. These were various types of applications for payment, application for financing, monitoring data, minutes from the steering committee, minutes of the project management team, attendance lists, as well as documentation in exchange of correspondence with the managing authority for the power. So this is the main area of desk research. But another important part, and mind you, I'm a sociologist by training, so I also like engaging in the teaching as I work for the University of Rzeszów. So an important part had to do with the educational input. We carried out qualitative studies with individual in-depth interviews, whereby we talked to a number of partners through the ADI, which is the individual inter-interview structure. We talked to the direct beneficiaries of the project, but we also talked to the employees of the Marshall Office, Development Department,
Rozmowy z ekspertami.
and we also talked to experts through the focus group interview and the panel of experts.
Dyskutowaliśmy nad kształtem.
There we discussed the shape of the good practice manual. We talked about the good practices themselves.
Tego projektu oraz też doświadczenie
And we also
zgromadzonym
talked about the experience of the experts
analiz.
as collected during previous projects.
No było to
So there was a lot of interesting things going on,
interesujące.
and I'm sure you will find them interesting too.
O modelu pewnie
Here is the model. I don't think we're going to go into details as we do not have enough time.
5, no można powiedzieć takich.
But let me walk you very briefly through 5 main elements: cohesion of the partners, appointment of the expert team, developing spatial planning,
Platforma
internet platform, and social participation in the planning effort. You may want to notice that all these elements are absolutely necessary. They complement one another. They are also coherent because the logic of intervention was a logic of cohesion. Was it not for the cohesion of the partners in terms of their professional experience, knowledge and competencies, it would be difficult to work within the team of experts. Now, the development office of the city of Rzeszów did have higher competencies than other participating units, but in terms of cohesion, we were able to come up with a team of experts. Was it not for an efficient, wise, and solid team of experts with a lot of social participation, then the quality of the project would not have been that high. So the element of consultation was very important here. So the expert team had a direct impact on the strategy of spatial planning within the Rzeszów functional area. It is all thanks to social consultation and the tools. So this logic of intervention is, as I say, complementary one to another, and it's indeed a good model to follow.
Jednym z kluczowych komponentów
One of the key components of the model is something that Piotr mentioned, namely cohesion for the professional content potential. Rzeszów Development Office is definitely the unit with highest competencies.
Przez panią dyrektor.
So thank you
Niestety
to the head of it.
Nie dysponowały.
Now, other participation partners did not have a special unit dedicated to development only, but that's only natural because Rzeszów is a big city while the municipalities are small little units. And so,
I to w opiniach uczestników za chwilkę.
as we heard from the participants during focus group studies,
Studia podyplomowe to był najbardziej innowacyjny.
the most innovative idea for ensuring cohesion was the postgraduate course.
Praktycznie każda osoba, z którą
Everybody we talked to
beneficjentem
who benefited
wsparcia,
from this type of support emphasized that this was a great time.
studia przepadły, ich realizacja przepadła.
The course
Trudny okres
was organized during a very difficult moment in time
w kontakcie bezpośrednim.
because, well, we wanted to launch it as face-to-face, but at the end they had to meet on remote basis. When you talk about spatial planning, GAIs and COOGIES program,
Prowadzenie szkoleń z zakresu mediacji.
and training in mediation,
Nie jest,
well,
nie jest
if you do it online,
też
it's not that easy.
Politechnika
That's why the lectures of the Warsaw University of Technology,
do tego zadania, to znaczy oni podjęli się
which
edukatorów.
was responsible for launching that task as an educational institution, spoke about the difficulties related thereto. With this, we were able to level out disproportions that we've observed in the first place, and definitely the recommendation coming from this project is that it has to be the very basic element
Mówienie o tego typu strategiach
when we talk about this strategy. Namely, the very first element has to be investment into human resources, into people. Only then can we move on to spatial planning through social participation. And then very briefly, what is the value added? First of all, synergy. When you take part in the postgraduate course, even remotely, you are able to get to know one another, to integrate one with another, and to create a team that then translated into good quality of work. And then it is really visible with naked eye. If you just turn back, you will see familiar faces, and you can see that people made friends, and definitely it shows that you feel good one with another. And the social barrier was broken down because of this postgraduate course.
drugą rzeczą.
And the second point that has to do with leveling out the potential and cohesion, also in the area of technology, computers, plotters, high-quality printers, standardized software was shared with the leaders and all the participants. And with this, we were able to come up with good quality of planning documents. So we have the same devices, same software, high-quality equipment.
To może dziwnie brzmi.
It may sound strange as we are entering the third decade of the 21st century, but if you are working on a 15-inch monitor, well, you may find it hard for the spatial planning task. So Plotter was one of the main tools as it helped out in everyday work. And we're just thinking that maybe Plotter should not made it to the cover or front page of the manual of good practice. And then the expert team, definitely the key element of the model to ensure its durability and a sine qua non for the implementation of the regional functional area. It is, I guess, the top value behind the project, behind the model. One recommendation, not really ours, but coming straight from the horse's mouth. The team of experts should be more interdisciplinary, so it should be expanded to include external experts, representatives of supervisory authorities, with its role being even more poignant. And then the spatial strategy, well, we've basically defined it all, and you have heard it all. So maybe we can just skip the slide and move on to the recommendations and our innovative internet platform. Maybe just to conclude, in many interviews with the project participants, we heard the following conclusion, namely that the World Bank has made a fantastic and giant work in gaining access to data, aggregating data, and drawing conclusions from the data, as well as recommending the solutions. So great work by the World Bank, which allowed us to draw certain conclusions. Social participation, we heard a lot about that as well. In the manual, we speak a lot about education and the educational value of social participation. Our experience shows that the knowledge of the local population in Rzeszów, the very basic knowledge about planning, competencies of various authorities. How does a study differ from a local plan? Well, this knowledge is not there, it's zero. And most of the conflicts or issues that appeared around the time when the study was made available to the public had to do with the fact that the local population does not understand what the study is. So that's why this education is so very important. As we want to have social participation, we need to start with education. So undoubtedly, we have a number of tools that can help us reach that. For modern spatial planning, well, we need to make sure that the municipalities get access to modern IT tools, that they get ready for the social consultation. I mean, if you just want to consult them physically when they come to see you, well, I don't think this is going to be a very successful approach. You will only see people who want to protest the fact that their plot of land is going to use for something. So no, social consultation would have to be done through the use of modern IT methods. So good practices as recommended here. We need to come up with the bridging the gap in qualifications and competence for spatial planning, appointment of the team of experts, also with the use of the World Bank, developing spatial planning strategy and deciding on the form of organization. So basically the recommendations have to do with our findings. In the manual, we are encouraging, basically we encourage you to go through the manual, and at the end of the manual, you may find some documents that you may want to download, provided that the authors agree to that. You can use these documents and then implement them as a ready-made template. For instance, you've got rules of operation for the team of experts. You've got a framework postgraduate course, including 2 semesters. You've got the GIS software training curriculum, and then you've got the social participation and consultation program. All these things can be downloaded, provided that the department agrees. So that, you might want to seek you should seek the approval. So, at the end of our presentation, we'd like to thank Marta Jakowska, who is the co-author of the manual. She shared her spatial planning knowledge with us. We are only a team of experts in sociology, so thank you very much for giving us this professional insight. Thank you to the employees of the Regional Development Department for feeding us with all the data and bearing with us. Thank you for all your patience, for answering all our questions, naive as they may have seemed, but we needed this data to interpret and describe your world. So thank you very much. And I guess that takes us to the end of presentation. You may want to stay for a question, okay?
Odpowiadać może pan doktor, nie ma problemu. W każdym razie ja jestem tradycjonalistą i w związku z
Man of tradition.
Dla mnie
momentu the quality of a document translates in the weight of it. How many pages to the manual? 97 pages plus annexes. A lot of it. 1 kilo then. Thank you very much. So a good MA thesis, if you ask me.
W ten sposób
Ladies and gentlemen, that takes us to the end of the presentations, and we have managed to break it for coffee, and I will see you in 15 minutes.
Proszę Państwa, w ten sposób dotarliśmy do części panelowej, ponieważ dobra konferencja
Gentlemen, this takes us to the panel part of our discussion, as good discussion is about various concepts clashing together, and we will certainly get that from the moderator, Dr. Łukasz Mikuła, who is an expert in territorial governance. Mr. Łukasz Mikuła will introduce us to the panel and present his guests. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for kindly allowing me to chair this panel. I come all the way from Poznań, but I come to Rzeszów regularly. I was also participating in the project myself, so I'm very glad to be part of the conclusion of the project. Now today we've been discussing legal developments and some solutions that have already been implemented in numerous municipalities and local government units. We heard a lot about the project itself and about its outcome and question. Will we be able to combine all these topics within the panel? Let me offer you a brief introduction. Well, basically, we heard a lot about these two projects coming together. But the question that we often ask ourselves, how do we combine strategic planning with spatial planning? Both these types of plannings have different objectives and also different ministries deal with it. For spatial planning, we have a vision of a given area, its ultimate goal. In the strategy, it is a little bit more about process. But of course, these two projects would have to come hand in hand. Now, the spatial strategy is a new term, and it combines both of these approaches, as we had before. This concept has already been implemented before the modification of the law, which only now introduced strategic spatial planning. So here we are. After some change to the general structure or general setup in the strategic and spatial planning documents, the strategies should be now saturated, if you like, with the spatial part. And this is part of the reform that does not get so much attention as the master plan does, as the municipalities would treat the master plan as the main challenge. But now the strategic documents will include a number of spatial elements, and this is indeed a big challenge, but thanks to the project, well, it may be a little bit easier on the municipalities to come up with all the necessary models, namely the functional and spatial structure model, strategic intervention area, conclusions and recommendations. And this will be part of the new development strategies based on specific legal base. Now, within the project, we kept repeating, well, we are still working in a certain legal vacuum. We do not have legal basis, but very soon we will have access to the new law. So it seems to us. And so when I wanted to illustrate the legal provisions through the slides, giving you an insight into the functional and spatial structure model, I wanted to start off with the manual that I co-authored, but then I realized that what we now have in the law as the functional and spatial planning model may best be illustrated with what we have as a project. Because they come hand in hand and they come together. So we may use it as a ready-made template, whatever happened after the 24th of September, once the law entered into force, has actually become a practical approach concocted by the project. So I'm not going to go into details as this has been presented to you before. What I would like to offer to you is an invitation open to a discussion. What is it that this new attitude can offer at the national level for various regions and for other functional areas? And mind you, we have a dozen or so such areas in Poland. We also have sub-regional cities and towns that can create their own functional areas. And this will be the question I'm going to ask of my panelists. How can we use the outcomes of the project at the regional and local levels?
Pomiędzy uczestnikami tego projektu.
We may want to look at the relations between the project partners, whether we do have a positive effect stemming from the conclusion of the project or not. We will also be asking a question, how can we translate the outcomes of the project into some soft competencies as they emerge at the level of the institutions through their employees, but also at the broader level. And to that end, I will be inviting 5 panelists to join me in my discussion. We may rearrange the seats a little bit so that we can sit closer one to another, because I understand we will need no screen for that. And we have a fantastic panel of speakers now, who are all best suited to discuss the topic at hand. So, I will first ask Barbara Pujda from the City of Rzeszów Development Bureau.
Gdzieś w środeczku, może pani dyrektor?
And if you like to sit somewhere in the middle, we will also hear from Dr. Alina Maciejewska, representing the Warsaw University of Technology.
Pani dyrektor Agnieszka Wojdyło, zastępca dyrektora.
Agnieszka Wojdyło, who is the deputy head of the Regional Development Department at the Podkarpackie Województwie in Rzeszów.
I mamy 2 panów, pan dyrektor.
2 gentlemen to join us. Michał Gil, the head of the Department of Spatial Planning at the Ministry for Development and Technology.
I nasz współpracownik projektu,
one of our co-worker under the project, Raimund Ryś, who is an expert in urban planning and revitalization.
Idealny balans.
So it's a fantastic gender balance, if you like. So warm round of applause to kick off the panel.
Szanowni Państwo, w tym gronie możemy
Gentlemen, we can talk in this group on the impact of the scale of how the regional Rzeszów functional area, what can have from the bigger perspective, from a national perspective. Raimund Ryś is a man who has collaborated on cooperating conducting projects, urban planning and strategic. We have known for many years. Can I ask your reflection as a participant of the project and a person who have taken part in many discussions and who knows the issues of planning, urban planning? What are the most important recommendations that could be
osób odpowiedzialnych za prowadzenie polityki miejskiej w całym
that could be given to people working in this area to for this output to translate into tangible results, exceeding the borders of Rzeszów and from. Thank you ever so much for this question. I have voiced my opinion about this. It's worth the government factors and authorities have looked into that and analyzed in detail how it went, because it had a huge potential to use and shaping proper regulations. But just to inform about this, I will explain briefly, if you allow, if you please, my attitude, my approach. I will focus on one of the topics that seems to be important, because It has been present in the program documents on the national level in 20 urban strategies, but it's also been reflected in the strategic planning. Suburbanization, which we are to counter. And I have heard about this undertaking many before I joined its premises, and I followed up on that. So the Marshal Office are undertaking huge deeds to translate into details, but it doesn't have any tools for that. Everything has been already said, that we have to talk and collaborate, but if we have a local cooperation, but the mechanism of developing certain solutions is the dialogue. But the tool, the framework study, which failed to be effective and was taken out of this. But the supra-local strategies could be fitted into the scheme, into the model. Anyway, I approached this with enthusiasm, and at a certain level we put forward certain solutions. We had a long discussion, and we ended up on recommendations, soft recommendations, so to speak. But after consideration, the attitude from the heads of municipalities and powiats were distant towards these recommendations. It's fully rational, and it's hard to. There's no wonder now, because our legal system, when it comes to revenues, is based on paradigm. Development means is translated into the exponential growth in the number of population. But when we limit ourselves, it's the acting against the well-being of the municipality. So this thought, if we think the suburbanization is something we should counter, we should take a look at it from a broad perspective, not only from the spatial planning and spatial policy, but taking into consideration various aspects. But because we don't have time, I will point out to only 4 of these. But I think have to look at it for it to be understood by. They should be fair. Why am I using this word, fair? Should it be supposed to be that Rzeszów functional area, there is a diversity of possibilities or conditions to localization. The local conditions, should the municipalities which have better conditions should be excluded from spatial planning? I don't think so. We should find solutions, come up with solutions within the urban planning functional areas. We should negotiate with the local residents. We should have a platform for dialogue. That we should compromise. We can take one step forward, one step back. It concerns on the services, on the revenue. It's a very broad field for negotiations, and there are no regulations. The second aspect is maybe modifying the paradigm of the revenue. The bigger the population, the better So the population which grows in a slower pace should be compensated for it, or an incentive for it. So so 2 points worth mentioning also, which show that in different aspects the state policy. One of these is the regulation, the novella of the bill. I myself gave feedback on it, that we should include the forecast from General Statistical Office in Poland. I will not go into details about that, about what I proposed, but perhaps on the National Statistical Office in Poland. And the second point to make is not so long ago, pathological developers, which it is to counter negative phenomena that occur publicly. But many of the plots, as a result of operating of this act, will not be. There will be no possibility to build anything on them. So we have to prevent or stop the mechanism to disperse the structures. Mr. Director Gill, I have a question for you. The last slide of your presentation of the continuation of the second stage of reform, on which the ministries, because maybe it exceeds the cognition of your ministry, it assumes the supra-local planning. Can you give us a hint where this regulation goes to? Do you see any levels? Do you see that they are attributed to certain local government level, that they urban functional area, something what is not formally a regular of administrative division? Do you see any possibility of attributing any competences? Or what is supposed to be the specificity of this level of planning? The first stage of reform, we took all the efforts to this end, but the umbrella, the supra-local umbrella is required. We need it.
Projektu, czyli w jakim kierunku idzie myślenie o...
Where are we going with this mindset, and are we able to base it on a cooperation of powiats
patrząc na cały system zarządzania
and the whole system of restructuring the administrative structures? Thank you very much for this question, because it allows me to conclude my thoughts in my address today. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, we are planning the second stage of spatial planning reform, and its core element is the supra-municipal planning. Of course, understanding the dynamics of the political changes we are experiencing in Poland right now, we don't know where the reform is going. But the ministry will have I can share my thoughts on this.
Moimi refleksjami przy okazji rozważania tematu.
When talking about the issue, like I said, the municipality is the basic unit where the planning is, spatial planning is possible, but we feel that we miss the tools to municipality, supra-municipal. It's a system of special bills. All the specialists are against them, and rightly so, but they respond to a real problem, and they solve the problem. That's our ambition, at least, and that to suggest other type of solutions, like as mentioned. Municipality is too little, powiat is too little as well. Voivodeship seems to be too big to that end, but in the existing legal system, it's not very possible, because we assume that powiat is not enough, it's not sufficient. We should put the shift it to voivodeship, which is the best example, where voivodeship feels to be the host of the process and feels its role in the spatial planning, and it works, operates not only on the territory of whole voivodeship, but operates under several of municipalities. We also had the partner of RAF association, so Rzeszów functional area. In the existing legal system, it was not only the best, but it was the only one possible. But the cooperation of municipalities basically must depend on voluntarily participation. It is possible to use the aid. I mean the special bills or the voivodeship offices to coordinate the actions of municipalities, of local governments. But we have considered how much it would be possible to implement the obligation of cooperation if we could make the municipality as main of the core municipality and neighboring municipalities, so the suburbia. And in our opinion, it is not possible. We could think about it when the intervention, so the bill could delineate so regulation, but it's too far-fetched. When it comes to Upper Silesia, so the cooperation is based on collaboration. So the municipalities have to make access, but even though when the law constituting body would say so, it didn't make anyone to use them. It didn't make it compulsory. I'm not able to tell what the direction we are going is, but I can tell you what the challenges are. I can tell about the challenges. Well, what about the special bills? They are about the infrastructure, about the supra-local strategies. But am I understanding correctly that that we are talking about the local level? We are discussing on different levels, but for now we are not able to say which level we are going to carry out. And the special bills, the first ones, they concerned the infrastructure on the linear structure, so through many municipalities. So they responded to the problem of if you cannot make the municipalities to cooperate in an effective way, which is not theoretically impossible. Theoretically, it is possible, actually, but because this method turned out to be ineffective, the special bills in a forceful way conduct the investments in an. Everyone knows that it is not optimal solution. It's not ideal. We are looking for an alternative. But at this stage, I wouldn't like to make it a final. On a national level, we know what to look for. What about the supra-local planning? But using the experiences from the project, we can use it from the on a voivodeship level. ROF is the biggest of the urban functional areas, but my question to Director Wojtyła, are there any other centers can learn from you? What is their function from your perspective in terms of development of the municipality, not only in spatial planning, but in terms of development policy? Is this diffusion of the ideas of the output based on other urban functional areas of Podkarpackie voivodeship? Yes. So far, we've been talking about Rzeszów functional area, but we also have more of these. We have as many as 11, and they take the example. They should look at the project we have conducted. And we should good practices and norms we have worked out should be taken into consideration in the urban functional areas. But I would like to focus on the genesis of the urban functional areas in the voivodeship, because the Podkarpackie voivodeship is characterized by the very beneficial of the polycentric structure of the because the voivodeship city of Rzeszów is at the heart of the voivodeship, and the remaining are around. They surround the city, and the polycentric nature and the structure, and therefore we can create functional connections, thanks to which we can develop solutions to the benefit of all the local population, but the polycentric nature of the and the voivodeship, it is beneficial, but it's also has differences, regional differences, development in terms of development.
Które też również należy brać pod uwagę.
Which should be taken into consideration when planning. So we have areas of a slower level of development, and those where development is much bigger. There's this division of villages and the city, north and south, or east and north, and in order to eliminate the disproportion in those regions, in those areas, we offer additional support, and these are the areas of strategic intervention, which I'll say something interesting. They are indicated on the national and the local levels. On the national level of the interventions, they are cities which which lose their economic functions, and whereas we indicated those as the pillars of the growth, and municipalities are our functional areas, which we created. And I'll try to mention them briefly. And they took example from the strategic planning and designing. It's Rzeszów, Dębica, Mielec, Tarnobrzeg, Stalowa Wola, Lubaczów, Przemyśl, Jarosław, Krosno, Sanok, and Jasło. And I think these are all, and they play a huge role in the development of our voivodeship, in implementing our development and collaboration, regional collaboration started on the stage of this, during this project, which we can draw many benefits when solving different problems jointly, and to integrated approach to the development as a sustainable approach to local planning in order to more efficiently use the urban space. And through the infrastructural infrastructure and migration of population between these areas, these urban functional areas, and I'm convinced that all the partners of these urban functional areas in all the regions of Podkarpackiego voivodeship will notice will notice it and how difficult it is to develop such a policy on the regional level. Director said.
Może akurat.
Proszę mi tego nie wrócić.
Także wszystkie te obszary funkcjonalne,
all these functional areas within the region of Subcarpathia
nawiązywać do współpracy między samorządem
should start cooperation and go outside the municipal territorial borders. This would definitely impact the spatial structure and improve life quality of all the population within the region. That's why I feel that it's very important to have this solid level at the regional stage. Now,
trochę takiego młodszego rodzeństwa, tak to
if you look at the younger siblings, because Rzeszów is a mother, and then you've got younger siblings around the city. Do you think there is a municipality which stands out, boasting the most successful cooperation with tangible effects? Well, I wouldn't like to speak of any specific functional area, because we love all our children equally. It's sustainable development, and we have to offer equal treatment to all the areas. But I think cooperation has been very sound and equally good. We mustn't grumble here. We try to accommodate all the areas. Now, in this context, may I go back to Mr. Gill? As we're talking about the Rzeszów functional area, we're looking at the most dynamic suburbanization, or should we perhaps go more towards sub-regional areas? Or maybe we can actually develop such functional areas across the board, across the entire country, to follow on the German model? That's a very good question. It was intentional on my part to refer to this planning as the supra-municipal planning, because I didn't want to define which actual level would that planning happen at. So question, is there a need for these larger structures to be distributed all over Poland? It is still an open-ended question. I do have my own thoughts on that, but I would not like to share them as yet. Thank you. Shall we now move on to the level of a municipality, the largest municipality, namely the municipality of the city of Rzeszów? Now, in this city, I mean, can you actually conclude and close down spatial planning within the borders of the city? Now, all the cities and towns are meeting the challenges of creating their own master plan and strategy. So from the point of view of the city of Rzeszów, does your competence end within the city borders, or can you go beyond the city border line? What kind of instruments do you have now available, and what kind of impact would they have? How can you coordinate spatial planning? And what is it that you would like to have to be more efficient? And how did the project contribute to making this coordination more efficient for Rzeszów, not only as an administrative unit, but also as a coordination body? Are you ready to hear some conflicting views? I'm always ready for that. We will see how many people will react to what I have to say. Now, to make it very clear,
Jestem prawnikiem.
I'm a lawyer.
Bo od samego początku jestem samorządowcem.
Since the very beginning, I've worked in the local government units.
Czy się sprzeniewierzam? No i od 23 lat.
And for the last 23 years, I've been working in urban planning.
Kiedy dziś rano szykuję się,
So as I was getting ready today morning to join you at this conference, and I heard
dziennikarza ktoś ważny,
an important person from the country stating that the urban planning will be changed now.
od mieszkań, tak?
They started off discussing housing.
O 2% tego kredytu, czy
2% mortgage loan, or perhaps it should be 0%. And then the PIP in Poland said that the bottom line is to make free the land, freehold of land. And I startled because immediately I saw the map of our study in my head after social participation, and this agreement was reached between the mayor of Rzeszów and the society. Because what we initially wanted to be green through the green rings,
rok temu, zatem WZ-ki tam spokojnie.
And this was a year ago, so no terms and conditions were modified. They are still binding until a new general master plan is passed. We failed to convince many people. It's a failure, and I feel this is my failure as well. We failed to convince the people that they will draw benefits from that, and that their own property or ownership is not endangered, is not at risk. So it is a failure of my administration there. And now I hear that we have to free the land, freehold of land, and only local plans can act as a remedy, and it will make everybody happy. And I'm startled and I'm scared. So to answer your question,
żeby nie zanudzić Państwa, w związku z tym, że tylko to robię, ale
not to bore you to death, I will read out. And I will be quick.
Doświadczenia, o którym już Państwu wspomniałam,
dwelling on my experience, I can say that an ignition sparkle behind what I'm going to say is the project, our own project, namely the
proszę Państwa,
Rzeszów Functional Area Strategy.
Stosowanie na co dzień przy planowaniu
in spatial planning, I have to comply with two acts of law dating back to 1994 and 2003. And now I will have to comply with a third law, and I will have to learn more about that, and I'm happy to do so.
Nigdy nie za dużo.
Because I like to exercise my brain.
W ogóle wynikło.
But are there any tangible effects of us complying with the law? The lawmaker is trying to tweak it one way or another way to focus more
inicjatywę ustawodawczą,
on the
i raz bardziej
organs with legislative initiative, or a little bit more to decide to the investors, shortening the time period from 21 to 14 days and what have you. So basically,
w procedurach,
the procedures are doctored.
w zapisie i wymyślaniu,
And nothing else is changed. It's just the procedures that are mingled with.
że tak powiem, różnych instytucji.
Various institutions are focused more on and less. We start with master or with the study. And on the study,
edukacyjnym,
you spoke about the educational aspect. Indeed, we managed to teach to the local population of Rzeszów what the study really is.
Nie ma. No przecież po prostu nas zakrzyczą. Teraz będzie kolegami podpowiadał, będziemy...
It doesn't work.
Jaka jest różnica
They no longer
między planem
see the difference between the master plan and the local spatial plan.
prezydenta i nas zabiją.
There is no way we can try to educate people with all the new documents.
Musimy wszystko od początku.
So we will have to start from scratch.
W każdym bądź razie, proszę Państwa, doszłam do wniosku,
So, when I was preparing to take part in this panel, I realized
a jestem pewna, że na pewno nie zdaje,
that
nie spełnia swojej roli planowanie przestrzenne.
spatial planning has failed to play its role if it's based solely
na hegemonii,
on the total domain of the urban authority of the municipality. I'm a member of the local authority unit and I don't want to cannibalize my own institution.
próbuję się do Państwa wyobraźni.
But just imagine,
Taki patchwork.
here is a patchwork,
Na obrus, prawda?
a huge tablecloth, a mosaic of different and colorful
różnych
and beautiful structures.
materiału.
Bits and bobs, pieces of different fabrics. 2,500, because we have 2,500 municipalities in Poland. Small municipalities, big municipalities, with high and low investment conditions, with access to water, without access to water. And out of these 2,500 patches, we are to come up with a map of a sustainably developed Poland. There is no way we can do that. There is no way we can imagine it happening.
I dlatego też
And that is why,
wyobraziliśmy,
once we keep this picture in mind,
powtórzyć.
allow me to reiterate
Słuchajcie, trzecia ustawa.
that we are now at the third law.
Pracują nad jej...
Many people are working to develop this new amendment, and then many people are working hard to implement this new law and to put it into practice. I realize that I might be the only one who remembers very well what happened some years ago with 5 years of chaos. It's not about public officials being
inwestorzy, to są wszyscy ci
not that wise. No, it's also about investors joining in, about beneficiaries, and about courts. You may have noticed that regardless of the interdisciplinary character of our team, the very existence of a given project is decided upon by a lawyer, because it's the lawyer who says that whether we are actually providing legal action. And that's good, because citizens have to have a way out or have to have a possibility to complain about, or even raise it to the court. Or maybe the procedure was not adhered to, maybe we don't have a citizen signature on a registered letter, and if the procedure has not been adhered to, it's the end of what we can do. Say for a study or a local plan, even if we have money for the plan, if there is no return mail confirmation for procedural errors, the procedure does not come through. Sad as it is.
doprowadziliście już do tego, niektóre źródła.
Some sources say that we have planned Poland through this patchwork planning for the population of some 300 million. Great, ain't it?
Tutaj pan Wolszczak pokazywał.
Mr. Wolszczak was showing you the map of Poland with the built-up area.
Rada Miasta.
Mr. Chairman, and I'm turning to the chairman of the City of Council of Rzeszów, you may remember when the council was working on adoption of the strategy, you were present there remotely and you showed us some good examples that you could see from the windows of the car, plane or train. You can see exactly how chaotic our urban landscape is, if you view it from the bird's eye view.
Ja pomijam, no to chyba czeka, może ja nie dożyję i tutaj się cieszę akurat.
So, not to mention our future, which will be about climate catastrophe. And I hope I'm not gonna live long enough to see it. We don't respect our green areas. We don't respect the environment around us. It's price that is at the receiving end because it's my plot of land, my grandfather has left it to me and I can sell it to whom I want.
Ja sobie myślę,
so,
naprawdę,
if we compare our space and build up to our neighbors,
to powinno, naprawdę to powinien być taki alarm. Już
we should understand that we are now ringing the bell of alarm, and we should be treating it as a warning for all of us, for the officials, but also for the citizens.
Jest to zły system prawa.
It is a bad system of law that we have now in spatial planning and in all the human acts.
Do zasad prawa.
We have to comply with the legal order. In spatial planning, this has been reduced ad absurdum. I don't understand if Mr. Gill agrees with me, but I'm sure you will. There is procedure, which is more important than the objective and goal that we want to achieve. Procedure is too important. And that is why here comes another component. An absolute dominion in our country belongs to the ownership right. We entertain too much of an ownership right. It is more sacred than anything else. An ownership right is something that we use to justify so many things. We are able to use the ownership right as munition against any project we want to come up with. And spatial planning is about contradictory views, it is about arguments, it's about dispute, and so on. It's about various partners acting against each other. Because on behalf of the entire community, it is the mayor and then the council who adopt planning decisions that this part of land belonging to somebody will be used, and not free of charge, to serve some higher purpose. You probably don't remember the examples of expropriation. We are no longer calling it that, we call it compensation. So compensation is about paying for something that is there for the higher benefit. That's why we need to understand that we all have to work together through imperative of seeking joint benefits. And that is why we need to do our utmost
zostawić gminie to, co gminne.
To leave the municipal tasks to the municipality.
Na przykład w planie ogólnym.
But whatever happens in the master plan should be divided and distributed in terms of spatial planning competencies to the supralocal,
być może
maybe belonging to the agglomeration. Such solutions are well known abroad,
czy to w prawo niemieckie, czy inne,
be it in Germany or elsewhere.
Mając, jeszcze raz powiem, mając na świeżo
So once again, as we remember
w świetle prac
about the new project on the Rzeszów functional area spatial planning, and as we look into our own development strategic objectives, including the green and blue river and axis,
mając stowarzyszenie,
as we have the association for the Rzeszów functional area, and mind you, this is not the only association operating within. We also have the integrated forms, which are well tested, and they have been very successful in fundraising. So we have the integrated structures, 15 of them.
Przygotowując się zresztą pilnie,
I am now using doktor
czyli profesora
Jakub Szlachetki's work and Professor Mikuła's work.
Łukasza Mikuły.
This is about the Metropolitan Union Associations following transformations.
Trzecia droga do metropolii.
It's a third way to the Metropolitan Union.
A nie wiem kto, że tutaj właśnie pan Hołownia.
So maybe Mr. Kołownia from the third way was there and you picked his brain. So we have a specific structure, we have specific experience in our cooperation. Let us not wait and see. Let us not wait for temperature to raise too much because of all the concrete that we're building.
Po prostu uniemożliwi nam jakąkolwiek.
This will make it impossible for us to operate.
Apelujmy wszędzie, do wszystkich.
Let's use this opportunity to raise the issue with all the politicians so that we have a grassroots initiative and lobbying for very specific planning effort at the level higher than the local. Otherwise, we will fail. And even if we combine all these stages, it's just one little step. Even if we combine strategic thinking with at the level of the municipality with spatial planning, you may say, well, finally. But again, it's yet a small step. And again, we will be bogging down in demonstrating whether the master plan should take priority over the local plans and so on. Let's work together for that plan to be done with. So I'm sorry I'm being over emotional, but I'm just using you as stimulant, really. So it's all down to you. Thank you very much. I will be referring to your speech later.
Pan dyrektor do ad vocem się zgłaszał? Krótkiego.
To respond to that, Mr. Gill? Because I still have some time reserved for Madam Maciejewska.
Bardzo dziękuję za ten głos.
Thank you very much.
Myślę, że
well, I think I will agree with the diagnosis that you have just drafted, most of it at least.
Pewna kwestia, która mnie...
But there's one more point that gives me wonder, or maybe I'd like to explain it a little bit or clarify.
Gmina powinna mieć...
You're asking about the level at which the municipality should enjoy discretion in deciding on its own space. Well, I cannot agree more with what you're saying, that for the supra-municipal investment projects, there should be a type of, a kind of coordination. That's for sure.
Na pewno jest zgoda. Natomiast ja nie wiem, czy
But I'm not sure I understood your intentions correctly, so please correct me if I'm wrong. But what I understood you were saying is that the lawmaker should take this pressure out of the municipality. So, because it has a smaller room for maneuver, it should not be that problem. That's not what you said? No microphone to the speaker.
Żeby utworzyć ten szczebel.
What I wanted to do is to build an intermediary step.
Jest. Owszem, jest planowanie.
There is planning at the regional level,
marszałkowym,
namely at the level of the marshal's office. But it is just a diagnosis, super diagnosis, an overall vision. Yes, we have to bring the documents, but it's not planning if it's happening at the regional level. What about central planning? Come on.
no przecież to nie ma.
No, it's not happening at that level. So I didn't want to relax regulations, no.
To planowanie
I just wanted this planning
w świecie, to chyba pan był łaskaw dzisiaj rano powiedzieć, że
to happen
być to planowanie od samej góry.
from top to down.
Oczywiście ta gmina była
And so this municipality
w ramach.
would be able to play its role within some framework. Now, linear investment projects.
No, ja nie wiem, czy państwo ten sarkazm dzisiaj wychwycili.
I think you understood that I was being cynical when I was saying that the roads happened to meet in the middle. I mean, we have to make sure that we understand what the future holds for us.
Pół zdania. W takim razie
Okay. So I do agree as for the diagnosis, there is a problem. I think that the discussion will be going on. But Madam Professor, I have a question for you. But when agreeing, the dialogue is constructive when there are competences and have knowledge, and the participants have knowledge about planning. What is the most effective way, and having the experience from this project, when there's this educational thread, is one of those of the most important recommendations. What is the most effective way of increasing the competences among the investors and publicly and widely understood public? We are asking someone who knows most about it.
To też działa. Wszystko dobrze teraz słychać, tak. No nie wiem, czy ja tak krótko powiem.
I don't know if I'll be able to say it briefly because I'm academic, because I'm programmed to speak for 45 minutes.
Trochę wyręczyć, więc rzeczywiście druga przerwa jestem w bardzo
I'm not.
prawie godzin.
I drove here for 11 hours to get here yesterday. So this is what the climate is.
Mam jako nauczyciel.
As an academic teacher, I will say briefly. I have created a spatial economy on the Warsaw Technical University.
Studia dyplomowe
and postgraduate program of the spatial economy in practice on the very same university, and I have the pleasure of implementing the project. It is a tremendous pleasure, which is called Integrated and Socialized Model of Spatial Planning through a developing strategy of Rzeszów functional area. We know it by heart already, but ladies and gentlemen, every word is difficult. Integrated and socialized, and the model. I ask, who is supposed to carry it out? Rzeszów functional area was very lucky because elites took hold of the project, were not satisfied, and they thought it would be good to take postgraduate program to supplement the knowledge. Not everywhere can you see such examples. Elites of the region took part in this program. You could see that these people are diploma papers based on specific examples, specific challenges and problems here and in this region. And it's not the only case. And there are, we have ambitions. This concept has chances to be disseminated and popularized. Director mentioned that. So where do we get the personnel who would understand it well, the conditions, social conditions, economic conditions, as well as those of environmental conditions, because they have to fit in the space and offer that to the local community, which is supposed to have it better than before. That is why I congratulate the leader of the project and partners who were courageous enough to cooperate on the project and implement it jointly. I'm counting on it, and I will be observing how it will develop further, how the region, functional area of Rzeszów, whether it will be functional for a Mr. Smith. I'm for educating personnel, staff, in terms of competencies, in terms of planning competencies of the staff who will understand it and implement it. But on the other hand, but the second hand, but it is the social education. It is of utmost importance. It's not that a Mr. Smith from this region or another municipality, he takes pride in his own land, but you need to prove it to him that he will have a better access to ecological space, better possibilities of getting to different places in the region. I will not dwell on that further. When preparing for my, I took some note, but the consultations, the public consultations should be professionally held and conducted so for the project to make sense and to be effective. I will sum it up. Please excuse me. I appreciate the remarks from the organizers. We need to educate the staff to implement the project. How to do it? It's not possible as part of the university program. Maybe it's a way of a postgraduate program, but not from complementary. Because each functional area will focus different areas, different challenges. So, but because municipalities differ, not only those at the core, but also circulating the centers, but courses, workshops, postgraduate programs dedicated specifically to certain particular projects. But most effective are the workshops. So with a person who knows well, who has knowledge about the program and feels it, so to speak. And cooperation with academia and educational establishments is very much recommended. Apologies for concluding in such a way, but my voice not able to speak longer. I think we have come to the end of time designed for our panel, but you might have some questions. If you do, please ask away.
To niestety nie będzie pytanie.
It will not be a question, but it's only a thought in connection to what Madam Director said.
Podzielam tego pesymizmu.
I don't share your pessimism.
To się zmienia.
Bills changed and challenged us, and we had to adapt to the way they seem. There are, of course, problems which require improvements. One of them you mentioned. Of the administrative courts operation. No, it's not only spatial strategy. For more than 3 decades, they assumed the right to decide how we should operate, not what we do. It's a broad term. Professor Michał Kulesza in 2010 said that
Teraz organy
Now the supervision organs, authorities rule the world, apart from other institutions, control institutions.
ta zmiana, o której
But the change you mentioned, Madam Director, goes along with Mr. Director. You expect that municipalities and its organs will be free from taking different decisions that go against the public expectations. It takes courage. We cannot always display the courage. It's not always possible. It would be also good that some of the questions be resolved by the law. It's not us, it's the parliament, it's the lawmaker. Perhaps we should have an intermediary solution here.
święte prawo własności.
The ownership rights. I've always been angry about it. I read a sentence by one of the famous. Sanctity is up there. Here is ownership right, and it has its restrictions, and we have to agree with that. Like someone said, we have to educate the society. It's important. The ownership right is important, but not. It's not sacred, so to speak. Do you have any final remarks, Mr. Director?
To jest bardzo ciekawe.
It's a very interesting point because we were working on the reform because we wanted to take the burden off the municipalities, and we wanted to take on the difficult decision. It's impossible. We can only do it to a certain extent. But when we receive from municipalities, from local authorities, the remarks, plenty of these concerned restrictions put upon. I understand that there are different points of view, but we didn't want to take this position of an entity restricting the local governments. Like I said, spatial planning on the municipality level, we should provide tools, effective tools, to conduct spatial planning, but if there are no tools, but Mr. Raimond Ryś mentioned at the beginning, not all the problems can be resolved by spatial planning. So that the revenue can be generated only by increased population. We could have some kind of solidarity metropolitan fund when there is a municipality acts as let's say lungs, green area, or lungs for the municipality should be reimbursed, should be subsidized as well. If this municipality has 7,000 income, and the residents of others will have 3, it will be an incentive to cut down the forest and change the policy. The spatial policy is one of the elements, but it shouldn't be the determining factor. Maybe it's the new vision. That's how I mentioned. That's how I took your remark at the very beginning.
Jeszcze oba ministerstwa też muszą się tutaj na to dogadać.
Both ministries have to agree on that as well. We can see.
Przekroczyć ten czas.
Panie profesorze, to pan.
Dear professor, you asked for questions. I will ask no more questions.
Bardzo serdecznie dziękujemy. Oklaski dla naszych panelistów.
Give a round of applause for our panel members.
Dziękuję bardzo państwu.
Thank you ever so much, ladies and gentlemen, participants of the panel. Everything, all's well that ends well, and the draw is slowly coming to an end. But the end can be
ważny.
Also important.
Doktora
I
Pawła
welcome Dr.
Rozwoju
Weiss, Director of the Regional Department. Please conclude, provide us with conclusions for the conference. I will not be tempted to conclude. I think it will work in our heads for a longer time. As my colleague mentioned, there's time when we start and we finish our conclusion. Thank you for participating. The very fact of your presence means a lot and shows a lot how greatly how important this is. We have high. Your presence means that it is a very vital argument, and the topics covered is very important. So the modeling of the spatial planning model is in process. We are talking about certain changes, but the target concept is in progress. I think that the conclusions from our today's conference will contribute to the modeling per se. And when I was listening to the conference and to the speakers, I had this conclusion: what we did in Rzeszów in spatial planning and the attempt to integrate, and it was a pioneer program. And when we exchanged our opinions with the head, if it's really a social innovation, is it an innovation? I can definitely say it is so. I am sure and I'm convinced about that. We had on the agenda, we have a press conference, but I think that we can assume that we can be interviewed. I do invite you to dinner, and we'll have the speaker. We will continue. Thank you ever so much. Thank you very much. The dinner is